everything into the context. We read, if you have in one verse, Paul went from here to there, from there to the, in one verse, okay, it's nothing. But you understand that one verse refers to probably 1 month of Paul's life and travelings. So that's the purpose of this trip, to put everything into context. Otherwise, so many times we preach with the impression that Paul took, the flight by plane from one place to another, or driving the car. It puts everything in the context. Place for me, it's significant for at least 4 different reasons. Number 1, I'm European. And this is the beginning of Christianity in Europe. Okay? Number 2, the first European believer was baptized. It's not here, somewhere here, not far away. We will see it from the text. Okay? Number 3, the first Christian congregation was in this city. And now a very spicy. The first church elder in Europe was here. And who was she?
Lydia.
Does it tell you about something? So this place that we are here is particularly significant and very, very important. So please, we want now to see what to do with all of this. Please forgive me sometimes that I repeat what even our guides are telling us. Because after you hear everything, people come to me still asking questions. And I want now to put everything into the context of everything that is here. So please, I find something that sometimes I have to make repetition. Because when I hear the questions after that, I said, I have even to make it more clear. So, I will repeat it and probably a few more times before the end of this story. That we realize how much it's important to consider the historical context. If you are planning to buy books, a must for you is to buy a biblical atlas, and good one. The atlas will give you many things, okay, that are related to the biblical text. It's very important that you consider the historical text. So many times we hear preaching from the pulpit and everything is in the clouds. Person is talking about Jerusalem and you have the impression that he's describing New York. And everything, the Bible was just written recently. That's why we are here. And I just want to tell you this. You see, I have a heavy accent, huh? Do I have to prove to you? If I preach 90 minutes and people don't want to go home, how much you can do with your excellent English? But if you really present the text within its historical context, we have to keep in mind that every biblical text was a message sent to the people of the time when the text was written. Please, it was sent to them, but we have to make distinction between to them or for them. It was sent to them, but it was not written only for them. It was written for all the future generations. But the starting point is, before we want to find out what the text means to us today, we have to understand what the text meant to those original witnesses. Does it make sense what we are trying to say? And that's why we are here. So we want today a little bit to practice at the same time to see the significance of this city in light what our wonderful guides actually were telling us. So just this brief repetition of what we already said before. You remember what happened in Troas? Paul had that vision. Come to Macedonia and help us. Now, we understand what Macedonia is. Okay? So, Paul traveled from Macedonia. Now, let's practice it. If you have your Bibles, I am holding for myself chapter 16. We are dealing with the second missionary journey of Paul. So let's try to put in the context. Let's try to practice it. How one day you will read it. And you will see the fact that we are here, how finally everything makes sense. Otherwise, everything is in the cloud, far away about our heads. Okay. So, I am giving verse 11. And please, forgive me. I will insert some of my comments. From Troas, we put out of the sea. What is important to keep in mind? How did Paul travel from Troas? By the sea, by boat. Now, and sailed straight for Samothrace. What is Samothrace? It's an island. You see, how one thing is pulling another thing is. And the next day, we went to Neapoli. We were there. So what is the Neapoli? Why did Paul come to Neapoli? Because it was a port of Philippi. You see now how it makes sense. It's very, very simple. You really do not need now to be an expert. Simply that you're familiar with those details. From there, we traveled to Philippi. How long did they travel? It takes probably a couple of hours to walk. Okay? It says Philippi. It was a Roman colony. We already heard it. They were Roman veterans, retired soldiers. That was the primary settlement here of Philippi. And what we read the ancient history is that Romans were very much jealous to keep this to be Roman Catholic. So not temples of other religions, not anybody to mess up. It explains, when Paul comes to a new place, what was he looking for?
A synagogue.
He was looking for a synagogue, but there was no synagogue here. So probably he investigated and he found out where can he find worshippers on the Sabbath morning. And this was the place. And let's read it there. It says, we stayed there for several days. On the Sabbath we went outside the city. We just heard the explanation. You see how that makes sense. Okay? And it was outside the city, the gate of river, when we expected to find a place of prayer. This was the place, outside of the city. We sat down and we began to speak to the women who had gathered there. And there was one woman in particular. One of those listening was a woman from the city of Thyatira. And she was from Thyatira. Why? What is the significance of that? She was a merchant involved in trade business. And what was so much we emphasized when we were at Thyatira, it was a purple as the main product. What a better place to sell purple that was very expensive than people who really were somehow wealthy. That's why she was here. And since she was a dealer of purple cloth, she was a worshipper of God. Now we have here one problem. They said worship of God. What does it mean? Was she Jew? It could be. But the expression indicates that probably she was a Jewish sympathizer. Somehow she accepted Jewish God. So the two possibilities. I believe that this second one is more accurate. And then says, the Lord opened her heart to respond to Paul's message. And she and the members of her household were baptized. This is the first church that Paul established. I hope now it makes sense. Just in small details, I'm sorry. We are now dealing with the basic biblical exegesis, how actually the text is done. And then she said, if you consider me a believer in the Lord, she said, come and stay at my house. And she persuaded us. This is the beginning of Christianity in Europe. And Paul stayed in Lydia's house. Do we have any traditional place where Lydia's house? We don't have any. Okay. Maybe she was within the the city walls or maybe outside. We don't know. Okay. And Paul was very active. So now we have to walk within the city, the city walls there. What happened? You know, Paul is always missionary. He's going there, meeting where people are, trying to carry the gospel of them, to argue with them. As he was there, somewhere on that main street, there are people with slave girls using magic and making a lot of money to those people. And she followed Paul constantly, and the demon was shouting, "These are the people of the living God." And said that Paul became frustrated. Why was Paul frustrated? I'm sorry, friends, you don't like the demon gives good characteristics to you. Sometimes the people say, you know, those people are saying bad things about you. I said, I'm glad. If those people say good things about me, I will think something is wrong about me. This is what happened here. Paul frustrated because people say, you see, what Paul is doing, it's really nothing else than pagan magic. But then finally at the end, you know the rest of the story. Paul turned around and the demon left that person, and what happened? Their masters, they understood they should not be able to do their activities any longer. They will lose a lot of money. And the rest of the story is they took Paul before the magistrates. When the magistrate, today we saw the Bema. Unfortunately, for us, Bema is somehow in the cloud. A Bema was usually elevated place. There was the seat. Bema was the seat where the judge or the judges would sit. The people were all around and watching the legal process. Okay. Paul was accused of his activities. He is bringing strange religion in Philippi. And finally the sentence was that Paul had to be scourged and thrown into jail. You know the rest of the story, what happened in the prison. I'm sorry, I walked out to mention, but you are preaching from the pulpit. You know about the conversion of the jailer. But in the morning, those magistrates here, they sent a message to the jailer and they said, hey, send those people out city. It's just a religion. They are not political offenders. Oh boy, I just want to tell you, sometimes Paul stood for his right. Okay, can't problem with the temple. Said, they scourged us, humiliated us in front of everybody. No, we want to say, sorry, we were wrong, and really got companies to walk outside of the city. And probably those people became angry. How do you dare to say? Paul showed them his papers. Because it was very much illegal in the Roman Empire to scourge, no way to crucify a Roman citizen. And Paul claimed his right. And can you imagine? Those people felt so humiliated. They came to Paul, apologized for everything, because if the news came to Rome, those people will be in the big trouble. Paul was a Roman citizen. Paul left Philippi because he couldn't stay in Philippi any longer, and you know the next place where actually Paul came. Now, you see, we are going the reverse order. Now Paul came to Thessalonica. And we saw yesterday about the city of Thessalonica. I thought now what we are talking here, you could put everything here in the context. And I just want to tell you, friends, it's so nice for me, it's very, very touching moment. We're watching the open street, and we don't know how many times Paul had gone into both directions. Paul spent here significant, probably 3-4 weeks. This is where Paul was. This is really the things happened. Okay, this is the genesis of the New Testament with regard to this. So just allow me to conclude something else. It was to the church in Philippi. Okay, before I go on. Evidently that the church in Philippi or Philippi. I really prefer the original, okay? But in English we have everything the same. Okay? I'm messing, okay, I'm okay. Evidently the church here in this city, it's more correct to say, okay, was Paul's favorite church. Paul was in the prison. Let me repeat one more time what I said before. Paul was 2 times in the prison in Rome. The first time he came after being brought from Jerusalem, you know, very well Jerusalem. He was waiting to appear before Nero. We don't know how much. According to tradition, it could be a year or 2. Paul was in house arrest. Is that how we say in English? Yeah. House arrest. He had full freedom, but always there was a Roman soldier in him. And he somehow had a chain, you know. But he could go anywhere. He could really do his missionary activities there in Rome. And we know that at that time, Paul wrote 4 of his letters. Please just allow me. This is now my class and I'm becoming excited. Okay. All Pauline writings today they fall in 4 different categories. If you take any commentary, we as pastors, we should be familiar with this expression. Number 1, the first epistles. The first epistles were First and Second Thessalonians. The second category of those letters were Paul's chief epistles. Chief epistles are the book of Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, and Galatians. Okay, these are 4. If you read those epistles, the core of Paul's theology is found in those epistles. The third category are Paul's prison epistles. They talk about Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, and Philemon. These are the letters that Paul wrote from the prison in Rome during his first imprisonment in Rome. So you see, Philemon was written during that time, not far away from the time when he wrote, remember, the Colossians and Philemon. And of course, the last one are the pastoral epistles sent to Timothy, 2 epistles, and one to Titus. Okay, so Paul wrote his letter to Philippians from the prison in Rome. Why did he write? As you know, that Paul appeared before Nero, and Nero realized this was just Jewish propaganda, and he did not deserve to be here. So Nero, the cruel ruler, actually released him from the prison. But then and Paul traveled. Most likely he even visited Macedonia during his, interim, the time between the 2 imprisonment. And then that fire in Rome that started in 84 that caused universal persecution of Christians by Nero. They were chasing after any church leader. Actually, Paul was arrested and he brought back to the prison. By the way, if you go to Vatican, you can see the traditional prison of Paul. We don't know as much if it's true as it is here, but this is the traditional prison of Paul when he was there in Rome. Okay? So why did Paul write his letter to Philippians? Paul is about to appear before Nero, and he is not sure that he will survive the hearing before Nero. And that is the favorite church. Anyway, I just want to give you an insight. When Paul writes his letters, at the beginning he introduces the main theme. But the main purpose and the reason why he writes his letter is given usually in the last chapter or the last 2 chapters. That's almost all his epistles. So let me just, I'm sorry, the rain prevents us. Maybe some of you are happy, okay, that I don't speak too long, okay? So I will just conclude in brief points why Paul wrote Philippi, his favorite church. he's not sure that he will survive the appearance before Nero. And I want now to read what Paul says. Let's read. Let's read like he writes this letter. It's found in last chapter, okay? It's a chapter 4. Chapter 4 from verse 6, from verse 16, okay? Can I read it? Paul says, "Yet it was good of you to share in my trouble." What did they share in his trouble? Listen. "Moreover, as you Philippians know, in the early days of your acquaintance with the gospel, when I set out from Macedonia," you see, it's related to this place, Macedonia, "no one church," can I paraphrase here as it is Greek, "supported me financially in preaching of the gospel." These are my former students. Yeah, you see that. Okay. He said, "No church shared with me in the matter of financing me, okay, except you." Can you imagine? The only church that supported Paul financially during his mission activities was the church in Philippi.
Wow, wow.
By the way, if you read Corinthians, they were gossiping with him. They even didn't want to hear. Who is Paul that he? Listen to what he says. "For even when I was in Thessalonica," you see, we are making the context, okay? "You sent me aid more than once when I was in need." So now listen. Not that I desire your gifts, not that I ask from you. What I desire is that more be credited to your account. I can receive full payment and have more than enough. They did not gossip. "Hey, Paul, let's see how you're spending the money that you're sending to me." That is Paul's favorite church. And he said, "I am amply supplied now that I have received from Epaphroditus the gifts you sent. They are a fragrant offering, an acceptable sacrifice pleasing to God. And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of His glory." This is the conclusion. Now let's read now the text that comes before that, and we will here establish one principle of hermeneutics. And I hope that it will come a great surprise to some of us. Okay? I'm going now 3-4 verses earlier. Paul says, "I rejoice greatly in the Lord that these last you reviewed your concern for me. Indeed, you were concerned, but you had no opportunity to show it." I'm not saying this because I'm in need. He's talking about his financial help, okay? "For I have learned to be content whatever the circumstances are. I know what it is to be in need, and I know what it is to have a plenty. I have learned the secret of being content in any and every situation, whether felt fat or hungry, whether living in plenty or in want." Paul said, "I'm always content with what I have." Now comes the favorite text, and you can see what we are doing with that text. "For I can do all these things in the name of Jesus Christ who empowers me." Or NIV says, "He's giving me strength." You see how people are taking one text out of the context. I can do everything. I tell students in seminary, don't study the Greek text and say, "I can do in the name of Jesus Christ," and pass the Greek text. You can be the whole millennium, you'll not pass the text if you do this study. Can you do everything in the name of Jesus Christ? You see how it's so easy to take one text out of the context, repeat it, and to give people a false assurance of something that God never promised us. So you could see the context. Why did Paul write Philippians? It was his last will testament to his beloved church. But the church has some issues and problems. Evidently there was competition in the church. That's why Paul, in chapter 2, he takes the example of Christ, who had all the right and opportunity to stay in the position of God, but he humbled himself. You know these things. How far did he go down? Not only he became human beings, he got so deep to the level of Sheol that you couldn't go any longer. That's the death on the cross. But there was some other problem. They misunderstood the concept of perfection. And we have one significant chapter what actually perfection means. What is perfection according to Paul? What was behind, I forget. What is behind me, I try to reach. And that's Christ. That's what for Paul perfection is not. For Paul was not sinlessness. It means a constant growth. How long that growth lasts? Until the person dies. That's a constant growth in faith. This is what we have here in this area. One of the most beautiful, the most touching letter that Paul ever wrote. It was written here to be. This is not what Paul experienced. Okay, so you can see, I hope now, this is classical example to show to us how it's important to put the text in literal context. And you can see the richness of meaning and applications that we can draw to our personal life. So I'm really grateful to our guys. They provided us with excellent information that we try to put in the context of Paul's life.
We need to sing. We need to sing.
Sorry?
We need to sing this song that she was mentioning.
What song?
So we got it.
Shall we gather at the river?
I want just to mention one more detail that we keep in mind during these next 4 days. Paul's ministry lasted close to 20 years. I say 15, but we know for certain how much. Keep in mind, during those times, Paul traveled 6,000 miles with the airplane tickets, with the taxi drivers, first class. How much did he travel? By the way, keep in mind, as we will be traveling to Athens, you will see 2 days we will travel by bus. Paul walked to that place. I'm so many times afraid that we do not understand the life in the first century. No. Everything done by food. The churches did not want to support him financially. He had to work in Corinth. He had to work with his own hand. The church did not want to support him. And he said, I can do everything in the name of Jesus Christ that empowers me. Yes, there is power in the gospel message.
Amen.
If there is anything, I hope that we will feel empowered and strengthened when we go back. But as we are sleeping, the trip is too long. There was somebody here who is before you and me, and he never said the trip is too long, even if he had to walk 6 months to get destination because he knew there are people who had to be saved. So sometimes we are complaining too much, but Paul says, I'm content, whether it is everything good or bad. I have too much or little, I can do everything in the name of Jesus Christ.
Give us all He was all baptized. By the way. By the way. He said you can be the first one in.
Hey, we are joking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
여기가 진짜 여기야.
예.
That was scary.
Go in.
In. Ace. Into. What is odos?
Road.
Road. So what does it mean? Road into. Entrance. Okay? When you have X here instead of A's and odos, what is that?
Exodus.
Exit. Okay? So just come on, renew a little bit Greek language.
예.
So the archaeologists have come to the conclusion that this is the location of the Roman period cemetery of ancient Philippi. And so far we have discovered 3 different cemeteries around the walls of the city. You, I'm sure, are familiar with the general rule from the ancient times. The cemeteries are always outside the walls, always. In Latin, there's the expression extramuros, outside the walls. So whenever we excavate the areas outside the walls of an ancient city, we expect to find the cemeteries. Yeah, we can hear it. No, we're going. So as we walk to the stream or river of Lydia, which is called, by the way, Zygactis. I can spell this for you, and I have noticed that many of you are taking notes, so the name of the river I'll show you in just a minute or two is Zygactis. That's Zygaktis. Zygactis. This is coming up on our left-hand side, the stream, the river, but here on our right first, you see the beautiful Greek Orthodox chapel of St. Lydia. This is a church that is used only for baptisms. It's not really like a parish church, like the ones you see in the cities, in the towns, in the villages, where people go every day and every Sunday, etc. This church is used only in case of baptisms. And inside the church, when you will go later in your free time, you will see beautiful mosaics. The one in the dome depicts the baptism of our Lord.
When was it built?
And it was built back in the 1960s, mid-60s, so it's not very old. And the mosaics and paintings of the decoration were completed just a few months ago. So the decoration is very recent, as you will see when you will go inside if you'd like later. And actually that chapel is the one that is perfect for, well, in case you'd like to chant again and sing a hymn or a beautiful song again, like you did near the alleged prison of Paul. So the acoustics inside the chapel are just amazing, astonishing, and And actually they have recordings inside the church all the time. And here we come to the area where adult baptisms sometimes take place. You see they have diverted the waters of the stream and they have created a small altar and a shrine, and this is a beautiful place for groups of pilgrims to celebrate the Lord's Supper, to have a prayer or communion or service, Sunday services or Saturday services, of course. So this is the place that commemorates Lydia's baptism. And before we give our microphones to Dr. Ranko for his teaching, let me let me remind you what I briefly said earlier, that this is nowadays a small stream, but in the time of Paul it used to be a navigable river, my friends. Try to imagine that. This was a larger, wider, deeper body of water. Some of the springs that were feeding this river with water higher up on the mountains north of here have dried up. So nowadays it's a smaller body of water, but it is the same one where Lydia was baptized. We don't know if it was right here, maybe it was a few feet away on this side or a few feet away on that side, but this is the stream, this is the body of water. Thank you so much. Let me see where Dr. Ranko is so we can give him our microphones. Kindly make yourselves comfortable. If you'd like, of course, if it's not too cold for you to sit down, choose the place that you prefer, my friends, and make yourselves comfortable. in our tour in Greece, our land tour around Greece. At all the archaeological sites and museums, I will give you your tickets at the entrance, and you should hold on to them until the time when we leave that place completely. Because at any moment during the time we'll spend in the excavations and museums, the guards have the right to come to you and say, can I see your ticket? Please do not climb, please do not climb, that is not allowed. Sorry, but please let's not climb on the ruins. And let's go closer to the theater, which Philip II built in 356 before Christ, when he first came to this area and turned Philippi into a Macedonian city. This entire theater used to be made of marble. As you will see nowadays, most of it has been reconstructed. And the reason for this is that we use this theater in the summertime for different events. We have ancient Greek tragedies and comedies performed here. The works of Sophocles and Euripides and Aeschylus, the great Greek tragedians. And also there are concerts sometimes that take place here, and that's another wonderful event. The capacity of this theater is for 5,000 people, according to the archaeologists, my friends. And if you consider that this city in Paul's time had a population of about 40,000, it makes sense, because usually what the tour guides as well as the archaeologists tell you is that if you take the capacity of the theater of a city and you multiply that by 10, you get roughly the population of that city. So it's roughly the analogy that we are talking about. So 5,000, 40,000 people in Philippi. Now, I'm sure you've seen a number of theaters in Turkey. Ephesus, I imagine, is the one that meant the most to you. This is, of course, a teeny tiny theater compared to that one, but it's important to consider that it's the oldest monument in all of Philippi, this theater, because it's the only one that's from the time of Philip, 356 before Christ. Everything else we'll see will be from the Byzantine period or the Roman period. This is from the ancient Macedonian kingdom. It's the oldest of all the monuments. And from the point of view of the Christians, the Christian martyrs who died during the Roman persecutions of the faith, this is a place of martyrdom. So that's important, because in the years of the persecutions, this theater had been turned into an arena for gladiators contests and wild animals fights. And the excavator of Philippi, who was one of my professors in the university in Thessalonica, believed that this was a place where Christian martyrs were executed in the years of the Roman persecutions of the Christian church. So it's a place of martyrdom, and we are all Christians. We all share this history and this background. Our church was built on the blood of martyrs. We must not forget that. So some of these martyrs died in this arena. That's the important thing for us to consider, my friends. So as you can see, the only part of the original theater are the first few rows, which are made of marble blocks. Remember, we said this was all made of marble originally. And just opposite from the spectators, we find what's left of the rectangular stage building, which was facing at first this way, facing the auditorium. Would be performing. I imagine you have been told already, if you've been to other theaters in Turkey, that Greek drama originates from, of course, Greece. We call it Greek drama. It was born in the 6th century before Christ. And you often in English use the word thespians for actors.
Yes.
The reason for that is that the very first actor in history was a man called Thespis. So the first actor in recorded history was Thespis. That's why you say thespians sometimes. But the proper ancient Greek word for actors, you are all familiar with it?
Hypocrite.
Hypocrites, exactly. Thank you.
It means hide behind
The mask,
the mask.
which in that case
That's
they
the word
wore.
hypocrite actually comes from
Hide
that.
behind
You
the
pretend
mask.
to be something that you
Someone
are not
else.
hiding yourself.
Exactly. Perfect.
Sorry,
Since
sorry,
you
I
know
wanted you not to be They
it's
need
something that
they
makes
need
you
material for preaching, you know.
enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Well, the important thing is that you know, because everybody finds it interesting that it's the word for actor. It was originally a pretty innocent word. Now, of course, it has a very negative connotation. Well, I see some of our friends have climbed up to the upper tiers. Okay. Some of us are full of energy. I can see.
So we have some thespians.
We have some thespians. So I'm afraid we will slowly begin to exit from the theater. So those of you who are up there, yeah, we take the exit on this side. And of course, my friends, later on the way back to lunch, if you'd like to stop here again and spend more time in this theater, you can do that. We have a lot to see. These are the right-hand side for you. Since we keep looking so here, and we're looking at this is where the altar used to be in ancient Greek cathedrals. They have put this marble slab here with the holes to show you that it's hollow underneath this orchestra, as we call this space, which is a dancing floor. They have built a, let's say, basement and tunnels. That's where they kept the animals, the wild beasts, when it was used as an arena. So they're just trying to show you there's some empty space underneath the floor of the orchestra. We cannot know, we have no testimony or evidence, but it's possible that they would keep them close to where they kept the animals in the past.
How did they get down there?
Of course, this is now here for drainage reasons. Oh, there used to be underground tunnels. If later on your way to lunch you walk around the theater rather than through the theater, you will see there's two more levels on that side.
Okay.
That are, I mean, when we are here, they are part of the basement. When you walk around, they're ground floor. So because of the natural terrain.
Was this all covered? All covered, and it had to be.
Yeah, good question. Surprisingly, yes, because of the materials that had rolled down from the Acropolis hill. And this was almost completely covered. The only thing that was visible in later times, my friends, in all of this area, were the tops of three great piers that I will show you a little later. All this was almost completely covered up. So let us exit through one of the restored arches that once gave access to the orchestra of the theater, and notice the original reliefs of gladiators and knights, the goddess of victory, Nike, and gladiators, on the two doorposts, the two piers supporting this arch. As you can see, a lot of new marble blocks have been used for the restoration of this theater as well. But it's a partial restoration.
Are they continuing to do?
Not in this area. No, they're not doing any more restoration work. They don't want to restore extensively or more than what you see. You know, different archaeologists have different views. Some believe you should not touch the ruins, let them be, leave them as they are. Some say no, you have to restore enough for visitors to be able to understand what it used to be like. And others go too far and restore.
Have you been to Lower to see it?
Extensively. No, not yet. I'm sorry to say. I've learned about all these places. I've seen pictures, etc. But Lord willing, someday I'll go to Laodicea. Was that your favorite place?
Well, I was just there like 18, 19 years ago, and it was just, I mean, there was a little bit of the avenue, and some stones here.
And this time it was different. Wow. I'm so happy to hear that they are working in those sites because for decades they had them almost abandoned.
There's a temple there to
Digging up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, I've seen pictures. I know which one you're talking about now.
You'll see the main street, but most likely all expelled. But
The Macedonian vision. King Smith was kind of Macedonia. He kind of struck out. He didn't strike out, but the Jews kept riling up the riots. He did, but it wasn't until Corinth he actually got some time.
I feel my theory. I believe that God allowed persecution for Paul to go to further. Otherwise, Paul would stay here for a long time.
And it was arranged at different levels and different terraces. So a part of the city was closer to where we are walking now, and a part of the city was down in the plain. And of course, the largest part of the city has not been excavated yet. So far, we have excavated about 15% of ancient Philippi. So there's much more to see here. And let's take a quick look at this map, which shows you where we are and how far the city used to go. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Gentlemen, keep in mind, it's not allowed to go beyond the fence. Sorry.
You can go up to the fence, but not after. Yeah, not after.
Not allowed, though. If the guards see you.
No, they're not going all the way.
They don't want to go all the way.
Oh, did I say then wrong to them?
We wanted to go up to the top.
Not to
To the fence. Okay.
Fence is okay.
The fence is okay, yes, but
Aliki, sorry, just a question. Is there a road to the top of Acropolis?
no, there isn't.
So this is only for mountain hikers, huh?
Well, and not even them, I'm afraid. You see, they don't really want us going there because people who had tried in the past had accidents. So they put the fence to keep people away. And
So there is nothing of significance on the top.
no, it's
as well.
only two ruined towers, which we'll see from a distance driving around the area anyway. There's not much to see. The only thing we see usually up there is goats. Okay, my dear, so you see the line of the city walls. This is the area of the Acropolis where the small compact castle used to be. And we entered the area from this side. Actually here we saw the theater. We are here now, and we will soon see the remains of Basilica A, one of the 5 so far early Christian churches we have excavated in Philippi. Close to Basilica A, we have found the ruins of another Christian church, and also these, number 5, are the ruins of an Egyptian sanctuary. We have to, of course, understand that as a Roman colony, this was a very multicultural place, cosmopolitan, multi-religious place. You know that in the Roman times, a number of different religions were adopted from all around the Mediterranean world. So close to where the pagans honored their gods, the Egyptians who lived in the city honored their gods, and that shrine was dedicated to Isis and Osiris. And later, of course, not far from those pagan shrines, the Christians had built their own churches, and
Basilica 1 was discovered first, that's why we call it that. And then we'll go this way and take a look at the area down there, which was the forum, the marketplace of ancient Philippi. I wonder what that is for. And you see here another basilica. That's where those tall, impressive piers are located. Though the tops of those massive piers were the only thing that was visible during the years of Ottoman rule and recently until the excavations began, because you see they're too tall for the mud and water, the marshes that covered this area after the catastrophe of the city to cover. So the tops of those three piers were always visible, and because of that, the Ottomans called these areas Pier Eclair, which means the pillars, because of those three things. And because of them, they knew that something was buried here. So it was the French archaeologists who came here first to excavate, and they uncovered all of this area and the theater, and then they departed, and now it's the University of Thessaloniki archaeologists who are digging and continuing the work. But only 15% has been found so far. Please.
Where did the French come to do that? What year?
Late 19th century, sir, I forget the exact year, 1880 something. And keep in mind, in those years, Macedonia was still under Ottoman rule. Remember, Macedonia was liberated in 1912. So the Greeks were slaves at the time when the French were digging in this area. And because of that, a lot of the antiquities were smuggled out of the country and ended up in the Louvre or other places in France, because the Greeks had no control over their antiquities in those years. And that's a sad thing, of course, that was happening in those years under Ottoman rule. The Ottomans didn't care what happened to the Greek antiquities. So a lot of statues, a lot of things were smuggled out of the country. And let's go this way. Let's go a little closer to this ruined early Christian church that we call Basilica A. We approach this area from the east. So the first thing you see, the first ruins you see are the ruins of the altar area, the sanctuary or Holy of Holies of this Christian church. And right in the middle of the altar area, I will move around to point out to you the various things that are important to see. And you, of course, can follow your own routes if you want.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So this area is the altar area, and right here, of course, the place is pretty, let's say, neglected. They just barely cut the weed every time in the beginning of spring to make the place more accessible, but they're not doing any kind of conservation or preservation work at the moment. So this is where the altar of this Christian church used to be, and it was the custom, you may be familiar with that, in early Christian years to bury relics of martyrs under the altars of the churches in order to sanctify the buildings and turn them into a place of Christian worship. So when they removed the archaeologists, when they removed the altar, they found underneath the altar a small cruciform cavity that contained a little glass bottle with dried blood. And they believed that it was the blood of one of the local martyrs who were martyred in the arena we just came from, and they had buried it under the altar in order to consecrate the building and turn it into a place of Christian worship. And of course they took it and put it under the altar of a modern Greek Orthodox church in a village not far from here. That was the custom in the early Christian centuries, my friends. And of course later this was abused, let's say, and exaggerated, and they began to sell and buy, etc., relics and pieces of the Holy Cross and everything. And I'm sure you all know what happened later in the Roman Catholic Church with the commerce, let's say, the trade of holy relics. So
We enter also the nave, the main central aisle of this basilica. Here's the ambo on our left, what's left of the ambo. The date of this church is 430 to 450 AD, and it was destroyed by an earthquake, which was apparent to the archaeologists because of the way the columns had fallen on the ground when they were first excavating this place. They could see from the way things had fallen that it was an earthquake that had destroyed this church. So this is the pulpit, the ambo. Imagine a raised round piece in the middle with two sets of steps leading to the ambo for the preacher and the gospel readings and so on. And on the north side of this church, and of course I'm sure you know these pieces of the marble floor, which was the original form of this church. On the north side you see three rooms that are also important because in one of them we found steps that are suggesting that this church had a second floor as well. It had a gallery, an upstairs area. And the room in the middle had plastered walls where you still see traces of color and geometric designs. And it gave access to the room on the right side, which was the baptistry room of this church. Now, a little church history, which you may, of course, be familiar with already. I'm sorry if I'm repeating sometimes things you know. When was infant baptism established in this area of the Christian world? In the 6th century, my friends, under the Emperor Justinian, the same one who built the Hagia Sophia Church in Constantinople or Istanbul. And that's when also the institution of a godmother and godfather was first introduced, because Justinian wanted to make sure that every single baby or child who was born in his empire would have the education, the upbringing of a Christian. And the godfather or godmother was responsible for the Christian upbringing of every new person who was born in the empire. That's when they began to have godfathers and godmothers. And that's when infant baptism also became the rule, to make sure that everybody in the empire was a baptized Christian. Before that, they practiced adult baptism, which is what, of course, happened with our Lord. And nowadays in the Eastern Orthodox Church, at least in the Greek Church, we have baptism by immersion, like you do, and we immerse the baby 3 times in water as a symbol, of course, of the passing from death to a new life 3 times because of the Holy Trinity.
So you do the same today. Adult is 3 times in the name of the Father and the Son
and the Holy Spirit,
3 times.
But not as adults, as infants. Okay. We do it at an infant stage. So let's continue, my friends. And the next important thing to see here is the area where the archaeologists discovered a small room close to the courtyard, the atrium of Basilica A. They found a small room whose walls were painted with Christian paintings. And they tried to explain the existence of these paintings, and the only explanation they could come up with is that maybe that room was the prison, the dungeon, where Paul and Silas had been thrown and chained. So that room is not far from where we are. Our brothers and sisters of class number 1 got there first. So they are, I guess, taking some time there because it's a very small room. We have no access to the interior, but what they allow us to do is walk and stand in front of its gate and look inside and take a picture. But there's very limited space there, so we have to do it in small groups of 2s or 3s, and with groups of our size, let's say, it takes a little time. So we'll have to be patient, but it's worth it, my friends. However, I have to make clear that the views of the archaeologists and the scholars have changed in this case. So this small room is nowadays referred to as
the alleged prison, the supposed prison, and new information and new data that has been found in the Forum area has led us nowadays to believe that the state prison of this Roman colony was not here, but down in the Forum area, and I will walk you to the place which we now believe is where the prison will be found.
So are there the remnants of the prison over there in the Forum area?
In the Forum area is where we think they will find it, where we think now that it was located. It hasn't been excavated yet.
When I was here 40 years ago, they believed 100%, no discussion, so now they're changing.
Well,
Okay.
that's, yes, the fascinating thing about archaeology.
Yeah,
they keep
yeah.
finding new things and coming up with new theories. So what they showed you 40 years ago is what I, as a young tour guide 31 years ago, was showing my guests and saying this is the prison. But now we call it the alleged prison because they have found a relief that I will show you a little later down in the Forum, which has led them to believe that that's where the prison was located.
Thank you for
Okay,
sharing this, yeah.
so my dears, that's why I'm kind of lingering on, because I see that your brothers and sisters from bus number 1 are still there. They're taking their time. Let's see if there will be room for us to, in small groups of 2s or 3s, take a look at the prison. Okay, so I think they're almost done. Be careful, please, on the wooden steps. Some of them are pretty tall steps, pretty high. And I guess we'll just swap places now with our friends. So my friends, for those of you who would like to take a look at the room and take a picture, you see where these gentlemen of bus number 1 are standing now. We go down these marble steps, take a left and up a couple of steps. We stand in front of the entrance of the small room that's on our left as we go and take a picture, and then we leave to give the chance to the next one to do the same. I will ask you please to move slowly and be patient, because if suddenly 10 or 15 of you walk down the steps, there will not be room for you to move around in that area. We have to take. Please do not climb on the ruins, please. Please don't climb these. We don't want to destroy anything.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Take a picture, move on, please.
If a dungeon, yes. This does look like a dungeon, like a prison. That's true.
If you remember this picture that showed to you when we had that Zoom.
So now they say this is not the real prison.
People question it, we don't know. It could be that it was 300. Doesn't mean that all was here. They had probably more than one prison. They had the federal prison.
Federal, state, local, county jail.
And you know, of course, they had prisons for Roman citizens, and they had prisons for, you know, for Roman citizens that are more.
Even Christ has
The other way around, this building was put here because of the basilica. It was possibly that. Some say the dating of this building is wrong and it's later than they originally thought. So there's many different views. Yeah. So, you know, yeah. In all probability, the area where the slave girl kept following them around until the exorcism. This is where they would stand on the bema and preach to the Philippians about Jesus. So you are here. You'll walk on the Ignatian Way in a few minutes. So that is something we can not doubt.
So may I just ask a silly question? When I was here 40 years ago, they showed to us the most likely at that time, that main street where Paul expelled that evil spirit from that girl. And he was
I
brought before my. So
it will be the area where we'll
because
go.
I'm lost now after 40 years, you know. I
Well,
forgot
and
now.
there's brand new excavations, as you see, Dr. Ranko. Like, this is just a few months old, these areas.
Yeah.
Exactly, because it was buried. And I don't even know what they have found. They have even made an estimate. Wow.
The level here was much higher.
Yes,
And
indeed.
you actually looked down into the cave instead of walking up to
Oh,
it.
I see what
It
you're
was that
saying.
high. It was that high.
Well, it was much higher. You're absolutely right. I'm trying to remember if it felt like that because I was working as a tour guide 17 years ago. Maybe I have forgotten it because I was taking
Well,
it for granted.
well, that's what I was wondering. Maybe
Yeah.
I'd forgotten, and maybe you could tell me. But it just doesn't. What I remembered was walking along and it was higher, and we had to look down into it. Do you?
Yeah, let's find out. Where's Jim?
You were unfamiliar with the place, it was your first time. It could be that I was taking it for granted because I would come here every week, etc.
Jeff was thinking it'd be nice to sing a song.
And we gotta add the little tagline, "My chains are gone."
Okay.
The shackles fell off his
Let's
hands.
see. So amazing. Let's sing one verse.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. My chains are gone, I've been set free. My God, my Savior has ransomed me, and like a flood, His mercy brings unending grace, amazing
I have another special place for you to sing later, Lydia's river. Walk on the original Ignatian way. Walk in the steps of the Apostle Paul. You may be thinking of its Latin name, Colonia Laus Julia Philippensis.
Yes.
That was its official Latin name,
Thank you.
which I have not mentioned yet. Yes.
And
Colonia Laus Julia Philippensis, but the Julia comes from the name. It's not one person, it's the family, the Julian family that Octavian was a member of. Augustus was a member of the Julian
So it was
family.
Augustus that gave it that Latin.
Augustus made Philippi a proper Roman colony with all the rights of the Roman colony.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Hey, my friends. We're still, I hope, doing okay. This drizzle, I hope, is not getting in the way of our visit.
Is it okay to walk to the middle down here? Is that okay? Along
It is fine, it is okay, as long as you stick to stepped territories, territory where there are pathways and you can see that people have walked in that area. What they don't want us to do, my friends, and I'm sorry if I was a little bad earlier, is they don't want us to climb on the ruins And also they don't want us to go beyond the roped off areas or fenced in areas. That's what they don't want us to do, just to protect the ancient ruins, of course, and for our own safety too. But wherever you see that there are stepped pathways and areas where people have been before, you can go ahead and explore while we are showing what we'll show here. Now, we see the forum area from here from the west, and this was another typical forum, another typical marketplace. You remember the one in Thessaloniki, and you've seen several, I'm sure, in Turkey. So in the middle there was an open rectangular space paved with marble, and it was surrounded by civic offices and government buildings and shops and stores of every kind. And all along the north side of the Forum of Philippi, we find this Roman road that Paul and the other disciples walked on. This is the Ignatian Way, not the new one, but the original. It was all paved with marble. It passed just north of the marketplace of Philippi. So imagine what that means. All the traffic of the Roman Empire came through the town of Philippi, my friends. What a great commercial and trading center Philippi was. They traveled from the east to the west, and I mentioned on the bus the Ignatian Way was almost 700 miles. Think of the distance from Istanbul, where you've been. Go east through Thrace, Macedonia, through modern Albania, and to the Adriatic coast. That was the entire length of the Ignatian Way, almost 700 miles. It started at Istanbul, it ended on the Adriatic coast, and it came through Philippi. So we can walk down to see the Ignatia from closer, and many of the marble slabs. Please be careful as you walk down the ramp. Small steps, please, and careful steps. And you'll see on some of the stones the grooves that show that once chariots and with wheels or carts and carriages used to move, either this or that, used to move on this road. And if you think that this is not a very nice road, look at how bumpy it is or how uneven. Keep in mind, this area suffered from earthquakes. So originally the road would have been pretty flat and nicely paved. But because of the severe earthquakes, there have been underground dislocations. In other areas the ground has been raised, in other areas it has sunk. That's why you see a road that looks like it's not in a good condition. It's the result of the earthquakes. Notice in some areas how deep the grooves are.
This is the original road.
This is the original road. Built around 150 before Christ. We don't really know how long it took to build, but we know that for sure by the year 130 before Christ the road was complete. The road was ready.
Why do you think the grooves are going this way, like this one?
Some are for traction. Some grooves are for traction.
Okay, I was wondering about that.
These have been chiseled and created by human hands. The ones that are grooves that show you where the marble has been worn out are easier to spot.
Are there
my
some?
friends, you see, they're doing
Are there some Oh, go ahead.
excavation work here. I'm sorry. Yes, please.
I'm just wondering if there's some situations where maybe the rock is not in situ. It's been turned to fill it.
That could be an explanation too. My professor had told us that those are for traction and
Right. Yeah, those ones.
But it could be. Yes, please. Before that, for decades, they were not doing any excavation here. This is a water cistern. Yep, indeed. So, my friends, if you'd like, you can walk down the steps to join us here in the forum. And then we'll continue that way, like our friend comments from bus number 1, but it's worth stopping here for a few reasons, because of a few things that are worth a look. First of all, you have all spotted this water cistern here. This is one of 2 long water cisterns which were here for the travelers who would be traveling on the Ignatian Way. All the Roman armies, all the merchants, the caravans bringing spices, gold, silver, silk, all the way from China, all the products moving from the east to the west would follow the Ignatian Way to go to the Adriatic coast, and that's where they would take a boat, go across the Adriatic, land at Brundisium, modern day Brindisi, and follow the Appian Way to Rome. All the roads were leading to Rome, remember? So this was a part of the Roman network to move supplies and people and armies. And of course, these people would be thirsty, hence the water cisterns, and hungry and would be tired. So we have found along the length of the Ignatian Way hotels and inns and public bathhouses and places where they would stop to get what they needed. Now, another thing to see here is just over there. If you're not too cold or too tired or too hungry, I'd like to show you, thank you, the relief that has led us to believe that the position of the prison is not where we were just at, but over there. If you'd like to see it, it's a small detour. We go there and then we have to come back here. Okay, thank you. It's up to you, of course. None of these things is mandatory. Whenever you feel that you've had enough, whenever you feel that you need to go to a warm place and you need to rest, you are free, my friends. Now that you know where lunch is going to be, you are free to just turn around and go to that place and wait for us there.
So you say that prison was not real prison where Paul was?
Until a few years ago, that was the area they pointed out as the prison or dungeon where Paul and Silas were chained and thrown and chained. Now, because of this, which I will explain now, they believe the prison was probably in the back area, the rear area of this building, which I will explain in a second. Thank you. I do have my own umbrella. I should take it out. Thank you very much. I didn't mind the drizzle, but now it's getting a little worse. So, my dears, what you're looking at, sorry, I'll remove my umbrella in just a sec. What you're looking at is a relief depicting a shield and a spear. This is the original relief. It fell off the facade, the roof of the building here, on this side of the marketplace. This wing of the marketplace, the west wing, as well as the east wing, were filled with civic offices and government buildings. And this relief has been found in Amphipolis and in a number of places in Italy as well, and it's a symbol of military power, military authority. So since it fell off the roof of this building, we believe now that this was the Praetorians' headquarters, the military headquarters of this Roman colony of Philippi. So usually, in many other Roman colonies, the prison was in the back area of the Praetorium. So they think that if they continue the excavation in the area behind what we see, they may find the prison. This is the latest theory, that's what they believe now, and we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that, that's cute, that they will find the prison very soon.
And you're saying behind
Like this
all the way
is,
out with the tree?
yeah, we have only excavated the front room of this building. It goes under the ramp where we walked to come here. So they believe that if they're able to somehow buy off the land from the person who owns it over there, and I mean, it will take time. There's a lot of bureaucracy involved, and that's what they are hoping. This has happened in other excavations in Italy, where in the back of the
historians' headquarters, they have found the prison. That's what they believe. So, please.
Where is the Bema, the judgment?
The Bema will meet on the way now to where we're going next. I was going to point it out to you, but this is the detour. We see this, and then we head back and I'll show you the Bema, Pastor. Yes, please.
What led them to believe that that could have been the prison?
The Christian paintings of later date, of course, that were found inside that small room, but are not there anymore because that room was open and exposed for decades to the rain and the sun and the wind and the hail and everything. Because when the French left, they didn't cover up that room. They left it as it was, open and exposed, and the Christian paintings faded away, so now there's only traces of color. But the paintings led them to believe that that was a place of Christian worship. So they thought, why would they turn a small room in this corner into a chapel? Because it was the prison. It was the obvious answer, the obvious explanation. You're welcome. So you understand by what I have just said, my friends, that they didn't have any written documents or any specific, let's say, evidence or proof that that room
Different places where it was the prison.
Maybe it was later though.
With the same symbol.
Because its interior was painted with Christian images, crosses, angels. Jesus was painted on the wall, and the stories of Paul and Lydia and the jailer and the slave girl, all of those things, according to the diary of the French excavators, have been painted on the walls inside there. So they thought this must be our prison. And changed the sides. And belief changes the story completely. I'm just going here to show you this small rectangular platform right in front of where the people are working, the workers are working. This is the Bema of this colony of Corinth. It's this small rectangular platform. It had access on the west and on the east side. You see the steps that are still there to lead the preacher, the orator, the philosopher, the politician, the citizen of Philippi who would like to share his opinion. This was the Bema where everybody could stand to address the crowds that gathered in the marketplace. That is the original definition of the Greek word Bema, speaker's platform. In Christian context, we often use it, of course, in order to mean judgment seat or tribunal. But originally, in the ancient Greek language, it's just a speaker's platform, a podium where a speaker elevates himself in order to address a crowd.
Can I just mention, do you remember 2 Corinthians, we all have to appear before the Bema of Christ. We translate as the judgment seat of Christ. Sorry, just
not a problem,
and by the
of
way,
course.
you will see the real Bema almost untouched in Corinth. You will see how it looks. It was elevated, so it was public, that when Paul was brought before the judges, everybody could witness and to see it.
Wow.
So most
He
likely,
didn't have to in this case. At least nothing like that is mentioned in the book of Acts of the Apostles. But it's possible that he stood on this Bema at some point to preach to the people of Philippi. The good news. Share the good news. Now, my friends, in this area, in the area of the forum, the archaeologists and Bible scholars believe that the incident with the slave girl had taken place. This is probably the area. This would be the main square of the city of Philippi. So this is probably the area where she kept following them around, crying out, these servants, these men are the servants of the Most High God. And of course, as we know, Paul got annoyed and turned around and exorcised the spirit. And that's of course what got him in trouble, because her owners who lost their profit accused him to the authorities. And they, without much thinking, without much thought rather, had him and sphere are the two most important places for us for following the steps of Paul in this forum area. But if you're curious to know, I think you may find it interesting that this marble door frame that is on our right hand side there in this east wing of the marketplace, as we get back to the Ignatia pavement, that marble doorway, my friends, shows us where the public library of the city used to be. Just for the sake of information, I think it's interesting that they had a public library in the 1st and 2nd century here in Philippi, and that door frame was preserved intact as you see it. It was not restored or reassembled. It was buried in the dirt and mud and water that covered this area after the city was destroyed by the earthquakes and the invasions. And how do we know that the rooms behind that doorway were the rooms of the public library? We found the small lead seals that they used to mark the papyrus scrolls where the names of the writers or poets were carved. Of course, the papyrus scrolls have disappeared, have melted, but we do have the small seals, so we know that that is where the library used to be. Ready to move on? Yeah? Oh, my dear, you are absolutely right. I focused on the other things and I forgot. Yes, of course. That area beyond the marketplace where they are also working, my friends, with the 3 gigantic piers, that's where they have found Basilica B, the second of the 5 Christian churches in Philippi. And that's actually a worth noticing church, because those 3 piers are 3 out of 4 that would support a dome. So they tried to build a dome basilica, like the Hagia Sophia you have seen in Istanbul. In this case, however, the architects failed. The engineers failed, the dome collapsed, and surprisingly, they didn't bother to try again like the architects in Istanbul had done. They just left the church in ruins and moved to another church for worship. That's one of the mysteries of Greek archaeology. Why did they never try to restore or rebuild the dome, the church, and they just left it as it was? How do we know that building was never used? Because we found no relics of saints, of martyrs, under the altar. That building was never consecrated.
Coming from Eastern Orthodox area, could it be because of superstition? They built the church, God was angry with them, something was wrong. They did not dare to do it again. That's very, very common practice among Eastern Orthodox people.
It's possible.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Yes, do not know. It could be superstition, indeed. And as we go further, you will see now on your left another piece of the original Ignatian way. You can tell by the different colors that this piece of the Ignatian way was just recently uncovered.
He's saying maybe superstition.
Legal? No. So we have a gentleman here, my friend, one of the local guards. He would like to see us holding our tickets as we walk in front of him. Remember, I had told you earlier that this is a possibility, and any time that we spend here, can you show him your tickets so he can read off the coupon that's attached to them, please.
Thank you very much.
You can put them in your pockets again, and you can
Thank
keep
you.
them if you want for extra
Thank you.
when you go home.
Thank you. I'm not taking. Sorry. Thank you.
So there's one more thing to see in this area before we also go to lunch, my friends. In 10 minutes we will follow our friends to the restaurant, but if you can bear with me for another 10 minutes, I promise you it will be worth it. There's a Christian church that they have discovered here in Philippi that is a very unique, we could say, discovery. because of its architectural plan, which is octagonal, and because of an amazing mosaic that has been found on its floors. So that's where I'll take you last, and then we'll come back here, go up these steps, and go back to the theater and to the restaurant for lunch.
So this is
So-
a road going there?
This is the entranceway. This is the monumental entrance to that church. For people coming from the Ignatian Way, this is where they would get off the Ignatian, pass this threshold, and enter the monumental corridor that was leading to this church. So if you'd like to see it, come with me, my friends. Of course, if you're tired, remember you can always at any point leave and go to the restaurant where we'll find you very soon. But I promise you this is worth the extra walk, the extra effort, because according to the Bible scholars and the archaeologists, this octagonal church teaches us the history of the Christian church in the 4th century AD. That was a crucial, a very important century in the history of our church, because in the 4th century, our church passed from a church under persecution to a tolerated church and then to a state church. So you are now just entering the narthex, the narrow room that gave access. Don't miss the original mosaic.
Oh yeah.
Marble mosaic, beautiful colored marble. And from
We see
the
different
narthex,
marble.
we are going to go left and enter the church, the octagonal church. But the original floor is impressive because it dates back to, as I said, the 4th century. Don't want to get in the way of your pictures, Daniel.
Human element.
So here, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have the history of the Christian faith in the 4th century AD unfolded, my friends. Wow. Under the roof that protects the mosaic, you'll see the pieces of this beautifully preserved mosaic.
We saw something like this in Ephesus.
In Ephesus, you're right. They
Just like
have
this.
beautiful mosaics, even better maybe as far as preservation goes.
Just like an instrument.
But this is important for another reason. Someday I hope I'll go there. So my friends, even if you're still on your way here, I know you can hear me, so go on because I don't want to keep you waiting for a long time. So when we turn to take a look at the mosaic, my dears, I'm just standing up here not to get in the way of your pictures if I stand close to the chain. Notice how these mosaics that have Christian subjects and symbolisms and stories, like the peacock that symbolizes paradise and so on, this mosaic only covers a part of the floor of this building. So what is this saying? That this was the floor of a smaller church, which was originally here. So in this one building, we have 3 different layers corresponding to the 3 different periods of the church's history in the 4th century. Starting with a small rectangular building right here, which was more like a house church. It was disguised as a house because it was used for the Christian gatherings in the years when the church was under persecution. We're talking about the years before the Edict of Milan in 313, which allowed religious tolerance in the Roman Empire. So this little church or house church was built before 313 AD because they had to disguise it and make it look like a house. And you don't have to move, I will move myself to show you. On the east side of this house, this mosaic, we have discovered a mosaic inscription right here. It's turned upside down. It's facing that way, which says that this is a house of prayer for Paul, and it was paid for, the mosaic was paid for by Porphyrius, which we have looked for in the city archives and church archives, and we now know that this man, Porphyrius, who paid for this mosaic, was bishop of Philippi in the early years of the 4th century, shortly after 300 AD. So the bishop had paid for the mosaic decoration of this small house of prayer, which was dedicated to Paul. The dating of this church, based on this inscription, makes it the oldest known Christian church in all of Europe. Right here in Philippi. And dedicated to Paul, my friends. Huh? How important is that? And then, after 313, the Christians, the Roman state decided that we will allow you to exist. We will tolerate you. So what they did was they bought the next door piece of land, and they covered up the mosaic floors of the little church of Paul, and on top of it they built the octagonal church. If you're thinking, why is she calling it an octagon? Look at this foundation, my friends, in the center of this building that turns and bends 8 times. So it's an inscribed octagon. It's not a free octagon anymore, but it started as a freestanding octagon. So those were the years when the church did not have a hierarchy. It didn't have leaders. They didn't need a separate area for the church leaders. They would worship in a circle because all the members of the church were equal. That's why there is a pulpit, an ambo, right in the middle of that octagon. Those 2 pieces of marble on the ground are what's left of the pulpit. So later, as you know, I'm now climbing on the ruins, I know. It's just a shortcut for me to show you something else. After 381, under Theodosius, the Christian church became the state church. As we say, the church was dressed in purple, the symbol of royalty, the color of royalty. That's when the church leaders began to hold staffs and wear crowns like the emperor's crown and dress in purple and rich garments. So they needed a special place for the leaders of the church, and they built a square building around the freestanding octagon. They added the altar area, which is right here. This is what's left of the altar of this 3rd church. And they added another ambo in this raised area of the sanctuary, which is the one they used because they could not use that one anymore because this was the area for the church leaders. So the members of the congregation would worship there. This was where the church leaders would be, and that represents the 3rd phase of the Christian church. It's just fascinating if you think about it. In one building, you have the 3 stages, the 3 phases of the Christian church in the 4th century AD. From persecution to tolerance to power, absolute power and authority. So, I told you it would be worth it. I hope you agree.
Yes, thank you.
Let's now walk back to the vacation. Back to the vacation way. Watch the big steps over there. Did you get a picture of that?
Did you see it? He's wearing a great jacket.
Thanks for allowing me.
Thanks for having her.
You can put the photo.
Yep. The bishop's the local bishop's palace. It won't be there's in the rooms to your right, the cellar of this wealthy house. Bishop's residence, or
See what's in the
maybe
pantry.
something different.
Bishop's Wing.
Sir.
You see the jars made of clay that have never been moved. This is how they were found, embedded in the ground, which would contain his cereals, his salted meats and fish, his wine, his olive oil. These would be his winter provisions, kept in the basement, in the cellar, from the owner of this rich residence, which occupies the next city block on my right. And remember earlier I had told you that most of the Egyptian way we have found bathhouses for the needs of the travelers. Well, one of them is on the left-hand side here at the corner.
What's going on?
This is a bathhouse with a teeny tiny toilet, a public latrine.
Oh,
and
yeah,
this
this
will
here.
go to the left.
Bishop's toilet.
I imagine you had the chance
seen
to
Ephesus?
see
Yeah.
the public latrines in Ephesus.
Have you see here this one?
These are nothing compared to those, but it's the same idea.
Not the bishop's throne.
The same idea. Public houses and public latrines.
For precise people.
This is it, my friends. This is ancient Philippi. So special and so important. A little neglected maybe, but it's good that the pandemic has given them the opportunity to start working again. So they're now digging here again after a few decades. So slowly and carefully now, we make our way back to the Philippi. So just outside the west wall, according to the ancient historians like Arrian, who described the battle, that's where the battle was fought. More pieces of the wall on the hillside, on the right hand side. If you take a look, starting from the bottom and going up, you see pieces of the city wall. And since I mentioned the battle, another thing that Arrian mentions is that the waters of the stream we are about to see, where Lydia was later, some years later, baptized, these waters turned red because of the blood of the thousands and thousands who were killed in this violent, bloody battle of Philippi. So we're now, of course, going to focus on the third of these three very important events associated with Philippi. We are going to go to the area that's just next to us on our right-hand side now, this small Eastern Orthodox chapel that you can see from here is dedicated to Lydia, the seller of purple cloth, who became the first convert on European soil. And this small settlement here, this teeny tiny village, also has the same name, Lydia. So this area where we're heading now, where we're going now, is the area outside the walls of the city. And this agrees with the text that describes the meeting between Paul and Lydia, which says, of course, in 1
plural, first person plural, because these are the we sections in the book of Acts, where Luke is in the party, is traveling with his friends and with Paul, and he says, we came out of the city walls looking for a place of worship, and we found the river, and there we met the women. So here we are in this area near the river. It's not a very large river anymore. Things have changed. It's now a smaller body of water, only a stream, but it is the Jordan of Greece. This is the river where the first Christian in Greece and Europe was born. So, my friends, kindly take your headsets with you, and if you have turned them off, turn them back on as soon as we leave the bus, and so on. This is really a very pleasant, very attractive town, and doing pretty well, thank God. As far as, its economy goes, people are active in tourism. There's merchants, there's farmers, there's all kinds of activities going on in the town. A couple of university schools from the University of Thessaloniki also are based in Kavala, turning it into a town which has a pretty large student population. So it's a pretty lively and active, we could say, town. And it's located, of course, right on the water. It's got an excellent location, not to mention how strategic its location is. And behind Kavala we have this small mountain, and on the other side of the mountain you see the plane that's coming up on our left hand side now, straight ahead and left, like at 11 o'clock. We have a partial view of the plain north of Kavala. And this plain, my friends, which stretches north of Kavala, is known as the plain of Philippi, because right in the middle of that plain is a conical hill, like a small pyramid, with a little piece of a tower at the top, and that little hill used to be the Acropolis of ancient Philippi. Remember that every Greco-Roman city in the ancient world used to have an Acropolis. There it is now, straight ahead of us. You see a conical hill with a piece of a tower at the top, like a little dot there. That's where Philippi was located. The city lay at the foot of that hill, occupying a part of the plain. And it's important to keep in mind, my friends, that back in the years of Paul, and even earlier in the time of Philip, this was a marshy plain. This area was known for something that was not good. It was known for its swamps, its marshes. This was a marshy plain, and people who lived in this area had a lot of problems with malaria and fever and similar diseases coming from the marshes. So Philip actually attempted to drain the marshes of Philippi, and he was successful. The canals he had his people dig worked for a few decades, but after Alexander's death, these canals were not kept clean, so the plain flooded again and became marshes again. And these marshes were finally drained in the 1930s, as late as the 1930s. Of course, in spite of the marshes, the settlers from different parts of Greece were attracted to this area because of the gold mines and silver mines in the neighboring mountain range. They came here to mine some of the gold and silver. And they also cultivated the land. This was very fertile soil, plenty of water, thanks to the numerous streams and water springs in the area. Actually, not far from Philippi, the archaeologists have discovered one of the most ancient settlements in Europe, one of the earliest Neolithic settlements in Europe, called Dikili Tash, which is dated back to 9,000 before Christ. So this is, in other words, an area that has been inhabited for millennia, for thousands of years. And the first settlement that was built here was established by settlers from Neapoli. So in the 4th century before Christ, the people from Neapolis sent a group of settlers here to build a town in the middle of the plain, and they were hoping that they would be able to mine some of that good gold and silver. But the tribe who had been living here for hundreds of years, who were called the Thracians, were not, of course, happy to see the new settlers coming to their area. So they attacked the colony and tried to kick the settlers out of here. So these settlers, these people, turned for help to the most powerful king in Greece in the 4th century BC, and that was Philip II, Alexander's father. The year we're talking about, my friends, is 356 before Christ. On that same year, in the summertime, in July, Alexander the Great was born, 356 before Christ. So Philip, who was a brilliant man, saw the opportunity. He was invited to interfere in the internal affairs, in the domestic affairs of this area. He came from his capital, which was in West Macedonia, with his army. He defeated the Thracians and forced them to retreat further east to the land of Thrace, where they had originally come from. And then he noticed the strategic importance of this little colony that the people of Neapolis had built, and he decided to keep the city for himself. So he built a strong wall around the city to keep it safe. He built a nice marble theater to please the people, and he changed the name of the city from what it used to be to Philippi, the plural of his name. So Philip's arrival at this area is the first of three very, very important historical events that took place in this area of East Macedonia. Philip came, built a wall around the city, built a theater, which we will see during our guided tour, and then he named the city Philippi. And years later, the famous Roman battle I mentioned briefly earlier of Philippi took place in the plain, the marshy plain outside the west walls of the city. In that battle, which took place in 42 before Christ, the two Roman armies that clashed were the army of Brutus and Cassius, who 2 years earlier, my friends, had assassinated Julius Caesar in Rome in 44 before Christ. And we all know, I'm sure, that this was done in an effort to preserve and save the Roman Republic from the threat that Caesar posed, who was getting too powerful and too influential and wanted to become a lifelong dictator, like an emperor, we would say, which is what they ended up with. And the two aristocrats, Cassius and Brutus, of course, and others, attacked him and murdered him in 44 before Christ. And then they fled to Greece and Asia with their legions. And 2 years later, the two men who were the heirs to the legacy of Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, a friend of Caesar, and Octavian, who was the adopted son of Caesar, Julius Caesar, joined forces. Even though they didn't really like one another very much, they decided to join their forces and take revenge for the murder of Julius Caesar and track the conspirators down. So they followed the Ignatian way and arrived at this area with their legions, and the two armies met in the plain of Philippi. The historians of the time tell us that it was actually two battles that were fought, not one, with a few weeks apart. The two battles were a few weeks apart. In the first battle, Brutus was winning the battle, but Cassius, a few miles away from him, was losing. So Cassius mistakenly believed that both of them were being defeated, and he drew out his sword and committed suicide, which was the honorable thing to do. If you were someone who had murdered the leader of Rome and you were losing the battle and you were going to be taken back to Rome in chains and probably publicly executed, and all your family would lose their honor, their possessions, and would be ashamed and humiliated for their entire life. The alternative was to commit suicide, and in this way you would not lose your honor, and your family and loved ones would not lose their possessions or titles or privileges. So that was the honorable, as I said, thing to do. So Brutus was left alone after Cassius's suicide, and a few weeks later, Octavian's soldiers dug a trench through the marshes and attacked Brutus's camp and surprised them. So that second battle ended with the victory of Mark Antony, and Brutus committed suicide as well. So the two assassins both committed suicide, Cassius and Brutus, and Mark Antony and Octavian celebrated their victory in Philippi, and in order to commemorate this great event, this great victory, they gave special privileges to the city of Philippi, and they settled many of their veterans in the town, and thus turned the town into a Roman garrison town. But keep in mind, it was not yet a proper Roman colony. It was a Greek Macedonian town where some veteran soldiers from the Roman army were settled. Philippi became a proper Roman colony some years later, in 31 before Christ, when the two former allies became opponents, and Mark Antony fell in love with Cleopatra, the Greek queen of Egypt, and the two of them turned against Octavian, and they were defeated. Their fleet was defeated and destroyed in the Adriatic Sea, just off the west coast of Greece, in the sea battle of Actium. So this Roman sea battle was fought in Greek waters, and Octavian was victorious. So after that battle, where he got rid of his main opponent, Mark Antony, he became the sole ruler of the Roman Empire and introduced the imperial era, which is the most glorious period of Roman history, and became Augustus, the divine. He became the first emperor. So the Battle of Philippi, my friends, put an end to the Roman Republic. That's why it's such an important battle, and it was fought right here. And 9 years later, it was the 11 years later, I'm not good in mathematics, you can tell, the sea battle of Actium sealed the end of the Roman Republic, and it was Octavian who became the first emperor. So that was the victory that started, we could say, that initiated the imperial era, introduced the imperial era of Roman history. And of course, the third very important event, historical event associated with the history of Philippi and this area, was the arrival of the Christian missionaries, Paul and his friends. And that's what, of course, we'll be dealing with later during our guided tour at the archaeological site, and even more at the second place we will visit outside the city walls, where we'll find the river, the body of water, where Paul met and baptized Lydia. So my friends, we're going to start our time here in the area of Philippi with the visit to the excavational site. Before that, in just a few minutes, you'll have an opportunity, of course, to use restrooms, use bathrooms, to make sure that
Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, testing.
I see the
Amazing places that you visited in Turkey. It's time to see the equally beautiful and amazing biblical sites that we have in Greece, my friends. But first, of course, before we go into those that kind of information, let me go back to Thessaloniki and its history, because yesterday, I'm sure you remember, I had the chance to share some things with you, some information, but the distances were pretty short. We can talk about Thessaloniki for hours and hours. I'm not going to do that, don't worry. But we should go back to the city's history and mention a couple of things, and most importantly, make the connection with Daniel's chapter 8 and the vision of the goat and the ram, which refers to the ancient Macedonian kingdom and Alexander the Great, as well as his successors, his 4 successors to the thrones. So Thessaloniki, my friends, was established in 315 before Christ. It was established after the death of Alexander the Great by the man who succeeded eventually Alexander to the throne of Macedonia here in Greece. And this man's name was Cassander, and this was the childhood friend and general of Alexander the Great. The two of them, together with a few more young men of the aristocracy, had studied for 3 years under Aristotle in Aristotle's School of Philosophy in West Macedonia. And they were lifelong friends. Cassander followed Alexander in his campaign against the Persian Empire, and I'm sure you know about that campaign and how it changed and transformed the then known world and created a vast Hellenic empire, which used to go as far as India in the east and Egypt in the south. But after Alexander's death in Babylon, in the Middle East, in 323 before Christ, Cassander, we could say, showed his true colors, my friends. And he pretended, we could say, that he was going to take care of Alexander's widow, Roxanne, who was a lady of Persian origin, a wife of Persian origin that Alexander had taken during his campaign, and she was pregnant with his baby when Alexander died officially of pneumonia in Babylon. And Cassander took Roxanne and her unborn son under his wings, his protection, brought them to Macedonia, and when Alexander's son, who was also called Alexander, was born, Cassander, settled them in the area of Amphipolis, a place you all recognize from the 16th chapter of the book of Acts, or early 17, sorry, it's escaping me at the moment, but we will soon check that and say, and I'll tell you correctly. So Alexander the Fourth, so Alexander's son, lived with his mother in Amphipolis, an area we will drive through on the way east to Philippi, and I will point it out to you. And when Alexander the Fourth turned 13, which was according to custom the right age to claim the throne, which was his rightfully, Cassander, of course, did not want to give up the throne, so he had both son and mother, Roxanne, poisoned with poisoned wine. And in this way he ended the bloodline of Alexander the Great, that great dynasty of Philip and Alexander ended when Cassander murdered Alexander the Great's son, and of course his wife too. So Cassander's name is important to us because he was one of the four successors, my friends, the four people who succeeded Alexander to the throne of his empire. Alexander died without an heir. He did not designate or appoint someone as the king who would take his throne until his son would be born. And his generals shared, and their children and grandchildren. We use the general term successors for the four generals and their descendants. And they shared the empire, and four Hellenistic, as they are called, kingdoms were born out of Alexander's empire. And that's, of course, I'm sure I know, something that you pastors teach often, and that's why it's important to make the connection between this city, which was established by Cassander, and the prophecy of Daniel, who talks about the goat with the one horn in the beginning, and that's Alexander the Great, that attacks and defeats the ram and tramples on it, and then the horn is broken. That's of course Alexander, who suddenly died at the age of only 33, and four horns spring up in its place, and one of them is Cassander, the other one is Ptolemy, the half-brother of Alexander, who took the kingdom of Egypt. The other one is Seleucus, who created the kingdom of the Seleucids, which was Mesopotamia and all the territory all the way to India. And of course the fourth was Eumenes, who established the smallest of all these kingdoms in Asia Minor, and later on that kingdom was called the kingdom of the Attalids. So these were the four people. Cassander, who established this city of Thessalonica, was one of those four horns. That's the connection with the city you're spending 2 nights in. And as I was telling you earlier, Cassander married Alexander's stepsister, Thessaloniki, whose name means victory of the Thessalians. And that's how he consolidated his power in Macedonia and started a new dynasty in Macedonia, the Antigonid dynasty, which reigned in this area until the Roman conquest of Macedonia. The Romans completed their conquest of Macedonia in 168 before Christ, my friends, and then they continued the war to the south and conquered southern Greece some years later, and they completed their conquest of the Greek peninsula in 146 before Christ. And that is a date that is interesting to mention, because that's when they defeated the army, the Achaean army that the city of Corinth had raised to fight the Romans. And Corinth was the last important city in Greece that the Romans destroyed. They razed it to the ground. They were, I'm afraid, pretty cruel. They executed in Corinth all the males over 10, and they sold all the women and children as slaves. So the city of Corinth was devastated by the Romans. They were not that cruel usually, but I guess the Corinthians, the Achaeans, had done something to challenge them, to provoke them. So anyway, in 146 before Christ, Corinth was razed to the ground. That's something we will say more about in a few days when we will be in that area, looking at the pretty impressive remains of the once glorious city of Corinth. But today, of course, we're focusing on Philippi, the city whose name is the plural form of the name of the king of Macedonia, Philip. Philip from two smaller words, philos, phile, often you say in English, like Hellenophile, the friend of the Hellenes. Philos is a friend or someone who loves. Epos is the ancient Greek word for the horse, so Philippos, he who loves horses. Philip in English. And in this case, we're talking about Philip the second king in the history of ancient Macedonia with that name, who was as brilliant, we could say, as his son, Alexander, even though the historians do not call him like they do his son, Philip the Great. Philip was the one who prepared the way for Alexander. He was the first king in the history of ancient Greece who managed to unite all of the Greeks under his leadership. And of course, he sometimes used diplomacy, sometimes force, sometimes bribery. He used different methods to achieve that. But it's important that for the first time in ancient Greek history, the Greeks were united with a common purpose, and that was the campaign against the Persian Empire. Philip wanted to raise an army strong enough to attack the Persian Empire, and his dream was to liberate the Greek cities in Asia Minor, the strip along the Turkish coast where you traveled to see the seven churches. That area was called, as you know, Asia Minor in antiquity, and it was full of Greek cities, Greek colonies, like Ephesus or Pergamum or Knidos or Halicarnassus and so many others. And those Greeks were living under Persian rule, something that Philip could not stand. So his dream was to conquer that area and liberate the Greek cities from the Persians. But just as he was getting ready to leave Greece and start the campaign, lead the campaign, he was assassinated in 336 before Christ. He decided before the start of the campaign to attend the wedding of one of his daughters, and as he was entering the theater where the wedding ceremony was about to begin, he was stabbed to death by one of his bodyguards and died on the spot. And you can imagine what followed. The king is dead, long live the king, and Alexander the Great was immediately proclaimed the new king of Macedonia. So he was the one, after all, who led the campaign that his father had prepared, and of course achieved amazing things. And in only 10 years, according to the historians and the archaeological excavations, Alexander managed to create one of the largest empires in the history of man, which of course later was divided after his death. So my friends, we are now out of Thessaloniki, as you can see. Maybe I have managed already to put a number of you to sleep. That's usually the case when we start with stories in the morning. But I'd like you to feel, please, comfortable enough to do that. If that's what you need to do, I want you to know that I'm not offended or anything. I understand 100% that you've been on the road and away from home for many, many days already. And one better night is not enough maybe to change things completely. So in general, during our tour, our time together here in Greece, whenever we are on the road and you feel a little sleepy and need to close your eyes and rest, please feel free to do that. Don't worry about offending me if I'm sharing with you, sharing at the time or anything like that. And feel free to chat, feel free to listen to your music or read your book or Bible, whatever you'd like to do. I've been where you are, and I understand that it's not easy to just listen to someone's monologue, let's say. So please keep that in mind.
Since this is how, if you can help us understand a little bit about Greece itself in general terms. So, in the first century, the Greece consisted of two main provinces, Roman provinces, Macedonia and Achaia there. Okay, and also if we want to talk about mainland and also peninsula that is attached in Corinth. When we come to Corinth, we will talk more about that. What else should we know about Greece in the first century? Yes, first century during the Roman Empire.
Oh yes. So, my friends, yes, let's talk a little about Greece in the Roman years in general, and of course Macedonia more specifically. The Romans, as I mentioned earlier, completed their conquest of Macedonia in 168 before Christ, and in the beginning they didn't, since they had not conquered all of Greece yet, what they did with Macedonia was they divided this region, which, by the way, my friends, was a much larger region geographically than what we nowadays call the province of Macedonia in Greece. So part of ancient Macedonia is now a part of Bulgaria, one of our neighboring countries to the north, and part of what was ancient Macedonia in antiquity is the country that was recently, after an agreement between the Greek government and that government, called Northern Macedonia, the area that used to be the southernmost province of former Yugoslavia. So, in other words, ancient Macedonia occupied a much larger geographical area than the modern province of Greek Macedonia. It extended into what is now Bulgaria and former Yugoslavia. And the Romans first divided Macedonia into four merides, as they called them, four districts. And in this area, each one of these districts had its own capital. For example, the city of Thessalonica was one of his four capitals in the district that was all around it. And in the area of East Macedonia, the district where Philippi is located was actually led by, not by the city of Philippi, but by the city of Amphipolis. So that was the easternmost of the four districts of Macedonia, and the capital of that district under Roman rule was Amphipolis rather than Philippi. And that's why often when in some of the English Bibles the translation goes as follows: Philippi, which was the leading city in the district of Macedonia, that the experts consider a mistake of the translators, because the Greek original text in Koine Greek in the book of Acts tells us a leading city in the district of Macedonia, because the leading city, the capital, was Amphipolis in those years.
It's indefinite article.
So that's one of the of a number of translation mistakes that we spot in these chapters that describe the second missionary journey in Macedonia. Another mistake in the translation, which you, I'm sure, will be already familiar with, is one that I will talk about at the archaeological site of Philippi, and refers to what the slave girl was crying out when she kept following Paul and Silas around in the city of Philippi before he turned around and exorcised the spirit. So later, of course, the Romans continued and completed the conquest of Greece, and only after they had completed their conquest of this country, and most probably in the time of Augustus, so a little later than, we would say, a little later than Paul's visit to Philippi, they decided that all of Greece would be divided into two provinces, two Roman provinces. All of northern Greece and part of what is now central Greece was called Macedonia, and the capital city was Thessalonica, and all of southern Greece, starting in an area we will meet on our way south to Athens, which I will point out to you, including the areas of Athens and Corinth and all of the Peloponnese Peninsula in southern Greece, all of that was Achaia, A-C-H-A-I-A, Achaia, sometimes people pronounce it, we say something completely different, I don't want to trouble you with that. And the capital was Corinth, not Athens but Corinth, because Corinth was under Roman rule the largest township in all of Greece, with a population of possibly even up to 500,000 people, according to some scholars. Around the same time, my friends, Philippi had a population of about 40,000, according to the excavators, and Thessalonica, in the Roman times, probably had a population of about 70,000 people. Just to let you know what the size of these cities we're talking about used to be. But Corinth was a much, much larger city, the largest in Greece, and capital of Macedonia, and it was one of the 5 top cities of the Roman Empire. Rome, of course, was number 1, the capital of the empire and the center of the world in the eyes of the Romans. And then Ephesus, Corinth, and Alexandria in Egypt, and Antioch in Syria were the other 4 very important cities and largest as far as population goes cities in the Roman Empire. So especially in the city of Thessalonica, as we briefly mentioned yesterday, the Romans had given special privileges. So the Thessalonica was in Latin civitas libertas, a free city, meaning that there was no Roman proconsul in Thessalonica to govern the city, who would be appointed by the Caesar, by the emperor. The city was free to elect its own city magistrates, city authorities, and they were the ones who, remember, we called yesterday politarche. That strange word, local Macedonian word, that was unknown until the inscriptions were discovered in Thessalonica and other parts of Greece with that word politarche. Anything else?
By the way, a very important official in Corinth became a Christian, and we will see the inscription that was probably from his office there in Corinth. Okay, now I have very important questions. Yes. Almost all people who are here, everything they know about Christian church is about Roman Catholic Church and Protestantism. And of course, there are some Christians there in Asia. And I know yesterday some of them, they came to talk to me, they were confused, and I told them that we'll ask that question to you. Would you briefly, I don't want to take too much of your time, is to tell us the basic difference between Eastern Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church. It was self-evident yesterday that in the church that we visited yesterday, there are not any icons. Roman Catholic Church is filled with icons. There are buildings, but no icons, statues, sorry. But Eastern Orthodox Church is full of icons, and that was actually the object of contention between the East and the West that eventually led to 1054 great split. But it was not the only thing, but it was one of the key. Would you tell us really the basic beliefs of Eastern Orthodox, how much they differ from Roman Catholic? And I would stress one thing is, there is one basic difference, is that Roman Catholic Church has Vatican, which is the governing body of Roman Catholic Church. But Eastern Orthodox Church, even though having patriarch in Greece, actually it's really national church. We have Serbian Eastern Orthodox Church, we have Greek, we have Bulgarian, we have Russian. Could you just I believe this opportunity for us to learn a little bit about something that is very much unknown there in the West.
So my friends, as far as the separation, the schism in the Christian church goes, and the differences between the two older churches, one of the reasons, like Dr. Ranko just said, was the use of images and icons. Icon is Greek for image, as I'm sure you pastors all know, and sculptures and music and musical instruments. All these issues were reasons for tension between the two areas of East and West of Christianity. But according to the church historians, the two main reasons why the split up took place were the claims of, and the filioque issue. The first has to do with how the church is governed. The second was a doctrinal issue. So in the East, from the early centuries, the early years of the Christian church, the church had a conciliar character. The church was governed by councils, a few of which had a more ecumenical, universal or general character, and they are the ones that are termed usually ecumenical councils. So in the East, there were first just bishops. In the most important cities, the church leaders were called bishops. But later, in the 2nd, in the 3rd century, it became obvious that some cities were more important than others. And the bishops of those cities, like Rome or Constantinople or Antioch or Alexandria or, of course, Jerusalem, where the Lord had lived and had been crucified and resurrected, their bishops received the title patriarch, which means the father, Greek word again. And these 5 patriarchs became this system of the 5 patriarchs who administered or governed, we would say, the Christian church, became known as the pentarchy, the system of 5 leaders, in other words, in the Christian church. And we have to say that according to all the religious texts and testimonies from those years, these 5 patriarchs were equal. There wasn't one who was superior or was the head of this council of 5 patriarchs. They were all equal as far as their right to apostolic succession goes, and as far as their opinion and decisions gravity goes. So the Pope, the Patriarch in Rome, was considered, as they say in Latin, primus inter pares, first among equals. So the other 4 patriarchs considered him, believed that he occupied a special place because he was the patriarch of the city where Paul and Peter had been martyred and Peter had been bishop, and it was the capital of the Roman Empire for so many thousands, hundreds of years. But it was a presidency, as they say, of love. He wasn't superior. So when the Pope, the Patriarch in Rome, claimed superiority and infallibility, that's when the other 4 patriarchs reacted. And that was, of course, one of the 2 main reasons why the church split up. The 4 patriarchs in the East could not accept that only one person would have the authority to, let's say, tell them what to do, even if they were on the other side of the world, far, far away in the East. So that was the first issue. And then the second had to do with the Christian doctrine, which the early ecumenical councils tried to crystallize and define in order to battle what they considered heresy. And in the first creed of faith that was drawn up in the Nicene Ecumenical Council in 324 AD, where the Emperor Constantine himself presided, in its original form, the Nicene Creed would read, I believe in the Father, blah, 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 and the Son, blah, 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 and the Holy Spirit that proceeds from the Father, etc., etc. But later, the Bible scholars and church historians believe this was done in the 8th century, possibly somewhere in Spain. A little phrase was added to the Creed of Faith, and in Latin that little phrase was filioque, which means and from the Son. And in its new form, the Nicene Creed would read, I believe in the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit that proceeds from the Father and from the Son. So this little phrase changed in the minds of the theologians of the Eastern Church the whole doctrine of the Godhead, concerning the Godhead and its three natures and essences and persons. So for lay people like myself, and the lay people and simple people in those years, this was not a major change. It didn't really mean much to them if they recited the creed in its older or its new form. But in the circles of the theologians, this caused a lot of sensation. It was discussed again and again, and they argued, and finally that became the main doctrinal issue between the two sides of Christianity. But of course, and these two differences, my friends, are still there in the relations between the Eastern Orthodox and the Roman Catholic Church. These are the two main obstacles to this day, the two main points where the two churches cannot come to agreement no matter how hard they try during certain periods of their history. And of course, allow me also to say that these were both matters that were discussed among the educated people, the scholars, the theologians. What brought the separation, the difference between the two churches down to the level of the simple illiterate people was the Crusades, a historical event which hurt the Eastern Christians very, very much, especially the Fourth Crusade, when the Latin Crusaders, Catholic Crusaders, took Constantinople and for 3 days ravaged and destroyed and raped and killed and massacred and stole and carried back to Italy heirlooms and relics and amazing works of art that have never been retrieved and brought back. That was the blow that made everybody in the eastern part of the empire feel that there was a separation, the schism had taken place. The Crusades was the event that did that. And as far as liturgy or practices in the church go, the issue of the sculptures is something where we see differently in Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, because in the East the statues had a very strong association with the older pagan religion. So the Christians in the East rejected statuary from the start, sculptures from the start. But they were fine with images, and so were of course the Western Christians. So the honor of images, icons, is something that we do have in common with the Roman Catholic Church.
Actually, they retained the statues, but they gave them Christian names. It's really pagan statues, yeah.
And there are also other smaller differences, like the way confession is done in our two churches, the way the Holy Communion is received. We used in the Orthodox Church unleavened bread and wine. They used, of course, the hosts rather than unleavened bread. There are also differences in the way, in the life of our leaders, church leaders. The Greek fathers, the Greek priests are allowed to marry, not Greek, sorry, Orthodox. The Roman Catholic priests are not allowed to marry, are celibate. So there are also smaller differences that have to do with the everyday life in the church, but the two main differences are the filioque and the papal claims to superiority and infallibility.
The view of Mary.
As far as Mary goes, we actually are in full agreement with the Roman Catholic Church. We honor her as divine, as the Mother of God, who became divine through giving birth to God, to Jesus. And in the Greek Orthodox Church especially, we call her Theotokos, the one who gave birth to God. And also we call her Panagia, which means all holy. All holy. Panagia, all holy Mary. So we do honor Mary as the one who is the mediator, who intercedes between God and people. My friends, I'll let you take a break off my voice now, and I'll be back later. I don't want to torture you all the way to where we will stop later to stretch our legs a little and freshen up. But for those of you who are interested in the topography and the geography of the areas you're visiting, I'm sure if you have been looking outside the window, especially on the right side, you have noticed that we have a lake. For a while now, we have been driving close to a pretty good sized freshwater lake on our right hand side. Its name is Volvi, and it's one of two lakes. The first one is much smaller. We passed it earlier when we were still sharing about Cassander and the establishment of Thessaloniki. So these two lakes, which are fed with springs, natural springs, on the hills and mountains around this small plain, are of course very important because the local farmers who grow their olive trees that you can see on our right hand side and left, these are all olive trees. I'm sure you recognize them, especially after the days you had in Turkey. And we also grow a lot of wheat and corn in this area. We grow sugar beets, we grow tobacco, and these beautiful trees here on our left that are blooming are almond trees. This is the time of the year when almond trees, apricot trees, peach trees, pear trees, cherry trees bloom and look beautiful. This time of the year has started, so tomorrow on the way to Berea in West Macedonia, I believe you will see some beautiful large areas with thousands of trees in bloom, and you will, I'm sure, like the view of that. But that's mostly in West Macedonia near Berea. So we are now in Central Macedonia, still in the central area of this region, and we're heading east to find Philippi and Kavala, or ancient Neapolis, in East Macedonia. A little later, and that's when I'll pick up the microphone again after the short break, we will come close to the sea again, the salt water, and we'll have beautiful views of the northern Aegean Sea, like the ones we had in Thessaloniki.
For you who are still awake and you want to practice your Greek, just one small detail. You will see every time when you have an exit from this highway, you will see the word Exodus, which is really also the name of the second book of the Torah of the Old Testament, which is taken from the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Old Testament. So the word Exodus, it means exit. Okay, yes.
Amphipolis and Apollonia, the text says, and they arrived at Thessalonica. So we are following the rivers, of course, or order, let's say, or route, but in the afternoon on our way back to Thessalonica, we will follow the route that the Apostle Paul and his traveling companions followed. Or, of course, if we think of the third missionary journey, then we could say that we are on the right, in the right direction, on the right route, because on the third journey he went from Thessalonica to Philippi. Coming up on our right hand side now, my friends, you see the area of the delta of a river that's considered a very important river in Macedonia, the river Strimonas, and the large body of water on our right hand side, well, hidden behind the bushes now, but you will see it very soon once again. So on our right hand side, this is the northern Aegean Sea, and you see the small lagoons and pools coming up on our right, which are part of the delta of this river Strimonas, and we are slowing down so you can look around and take in everything and imagine the area of Amphipolis, which is where we are. We will in a minute or two drive on the bridge across the river Strimonas, which comes to this area from the tall mountains north of here between Greece and Bulgaria. And as we're approaching the bridge across this deep but narrow river, if you'd like to take a look to the left, my friends, you see those small hills with the little houses at their feet. Those are the hills where ancient Amphipolis used to be. So imagine that if you were looking that way in the Apostle Paul's time, you would see the walls of Amphipolis on those hills to the left, behind the small houses that we see from a distance with the red roofs. So these hills on our left-hand side are the hills of Amphipolis. This is the area where ancient Amphipolis was located in Paul's time, and the Bible scholars believe that these two places, Amphipolis and Apollonia, are mentioned because, well, possibly the Christian missionaries spent their night and rested in these two places on their way from Philippi to Thessaloniki. So this river is responsible for the name of the city, which was Amphipolis. Amphipolis.
It's mentioned in Acts 17:1. You can see it when Paul left Philippi on the way to Thessalonica. 17:1.
So the name Amphipolis, my friends, means the encircled city. Amphi, as you know from words like amphitheater, is the Greek word for around or all around. An amphitheater would be an oval or circular round building like the Colosseum in Rome. And polis, God bless you, is Greek for city, as you know. So Amphipolis means the encircled city or the surrounded city. And it was actually the river Strimonas that surrounded the city and protected it from three sides. And on the fourth, the east side, the locals had built a wall to connect the two parts of the river, the two branches of the river. So the city was naturally fortified, naturally protected by the river Strimonas and its wall. And it was one of the most important Macedonian cities. I mentioned briefly earlier that after the Roman conquest of Macedonia, it was this city, Amphipolis, which was the capital of one of the 4 divisions or districts that the Romans divided Macedonia into. And this area of the delta, which is still a little on our right hand side, is important for environmental reasons. This is still early in the spring to see that, but later in the spring we will be able in this area to see a lot of migrating birds, storks and pelicans and herons and cormorants and swans and ducks and flamingos and so on. So this is an area where many different species, especially different species of birds, come and nest and breed, and then in early fall they fly back to northern Africa where they spend the winter. And as you can tell, in this area we're surrounded by almond trees. All of these trees in bloom are almond trees. This is one of the local products that East Macedonia is famous for, together of course with olives and olive oil and grapes and wines and tobacco. The Macedonian tobacco is famous and is exported all around the world, and different kinds of nuts, mostly almonds, but also hazelnuts, walnuts and others. And also, since I'm saying a few things about the products of this area, we must mention marble. Marble is abundant in this area. In general, as we were saying with some of you yesterday, marble is plentiful in all of Greece. We have plenty of marble. Many of our mountains and ranges are made of marble, including Olympus. The mountain range of Olympus is partly made of marble. It's mostly marble and granite that are the two kinds of rocks you find on Mount Olympus. So coming up on our left-hand side as we're saying these things is a mountain range that is of course pretty small compared to Olympus, but is very important in this area. It's called Pangaion, Pangaion, and this mountain range is good to know because in the time of the Apostle Paul and even earlier in the time of Philip and Alexander, there was gold and silver in these mountains. Macedonia owed a large part of its wealth and richness to the gold mines and silver mines of Mount Pangaion, which is coming up on our left-hand side. And I think you can all understand how important the existence of these mines was to the people who lived in this area. Money was minted in the royal mint of Amphipolis. That was a city that was established as an Athenian colony, but later, after many battles between the Athenians and the Spartans, it was Philip II who took Amphipolis and turned it into a Macedonian city, and he established his royal mint in that city, where he minted his famous gold statiers, famous gold coins which bore the likeness of Philip on one side and of Zeus on the other. So Philip's gold statiers were the hardest currency in the Roman world, in the ancient world, until the Roman conquest of Macedonia, when the Roman, of course, currency replaced the Greek. But this area was very wealthy because of the gold mines and silver mines on Mount Pangaion, and that's where Philip found the gold he needed to train and arm and prepare his phalanx and his army for the war against the campaign against the Persians. Sadly, there's no more gold or silver anymore in these mountains. It was all exhausted, taken back in the ancient times, but we still have pink, gray, white and yellow marble in this area, a lot of marble. We export most of it, a lot of it, and I know this may sound a little crazy, especially to people among you who live in areas with thick forests where a lot of lumber and wood is available. In Greece, my friends, there are some places where all the forests, let's say, have been extinguished, have been cut and used from as early as antiquity, when they used wood for everything, of course. So in Greece there are still some places where we don't have enough wood, but we have plenty of marble. And it can actually cost less to use marble in your home than wood. I know, it sounds crazy, but it's very, very common, my friends, in Greece to go in the private homes and see marble floors, marble kitchens, marble bathrooms. It doesn't cost us. Yeah, that's marble too, of course, in the hotel. It doesn't cost us as much as it costs people in other countries. Marble is very reasonable in Greece because it's plentiful. So I'll close this parenthesis on modern life in Greece here and go back to what we were discussing earlier. So Amphipolis, by the way, my friends, later on, after Paul's arrival, developed into a very important Christian center. In many of the Byzantine archives, we have bishops of Amphipolis mentioned, names of bishops of Amphipolis mentioned in the church archives. And the excavations in the area of Amphipolis have brought to light the ruins, the foundations of 5 so far, very large and very lavish early Christian basilicas. So imagine churches like the Church of Demetrius that we visited yesterday in Thessalonica. This is what we call basilica, as you know. So imagine churches as almost as big as that one have been found in ruins, of course, because of the severe earthquakes and the barbarian invasions that have destroyed these cities. And they have beautiful mosaic floors, which tells us that they were once very lavish and impressive. So these things show us that Amphipolis was a very important Christian center throughout the Byzantine period. And just to remind you, whenever we use this term, we are referring to the period from 324 AD, when Constantine laid the foundations of Constantinople, which is now Istanbul in Turkey, and down to 1453, when the city of Constantinople was taken by the Ottoman Turks, by Mohammed II, the conqueror. That long period is the Byzantine, or Byzantine as the Greeks would say, period of our history, which is a very long and important period. We'll see the ruins of early Christian churches in Philippi as well, and we'll talk about the importance of Philippi in the Christian years after Paul's visits to that city and the baptism of Lydia, who became the very first European Christian, the very first convert on European soil. Now, another thing that's worth mentioning is that this motorway, my friends, which in some areas is a little better, in other areas not that good and a bit bumpy, because it was constructed over a very long period of about 10 years. This motorway is officially called the New Ignatia motorway. They have borrowed the name of the ancient Roman road where the apostles traveled, the Via Ignatia of the Romans. And they have, of course, constructed a new motorway which follows a route that is parallel, almost, to the route of the ancient Ignatian way. When we travel from Thessalonica to the Greek-Turkish borders, which are only 4.5 hours away from Thessalonica, we travel on this nice motorway, the New Ignatia, and in many areas, just a few meters away from the modern road, we can see sections of the ancient road. So in many areas, this modern motorway follows almost exactly the route of the ancient road, and that's why at regular intervals there are signs, road signs, which say Egnatia Odos. Odos, you know, I'm sure, is the Greek word for road or way. Ego imi odos is what Jesus said, I am the way. O-D-O-S, odos. Egnatia is how we say it in Greek, E-G-N-A-T-I-A. And that's what these road signs are saying, Egnatia Odos, just to tell you that this is the modern Ignatian way, the modern Ignatian motorway. The ancient Ignatian way, my friends, was a Roman road that was constructed around the middle of the 2nd century before Christ, and was probably, according to the experts, built by Roman legionnaires, because the main purpose was for the Roman armies to be able to move fast and easily from one region to the next. So the main purpose was military. It was mainly a military road, but it turned into the main arterial route, we could say, or road in the east part of the empire. And before I tell you more, if you'd like to see, at least from a distance, what a marble quarry looks like, there's one coming up on our left-hand side at 9 o'clock. That whitish spot you see on the mountainside is one of the many local marble quarries on Mount Pangaeon, as we call it.
It's just in the mountain.
And just to let you know also, my friends, behind this mountain range is the plain of Philippi. So what we're going to do now is go around the mountain, around the east foothills of the mountain, and north of that to find the plain of Philippi and the archaeological site which we'll visit. So we're looking at this mountain from the south. We're south of the mountain at the moment. A little later today we'll be north of this mountain range, which was famous for gold and silver. And going back to the ancient Ignatian way, my friends, the Ignatian way was almost 700 modern miles long. The exact length was 696 miles. And in most of the areas it was about 19.5 feet wide. And it was paved in most areas by large polygonal slabs of stone, or even marble when that was available. Like the piece of the Ignatian way that you will see in Philippi is paved with marble, as you'll see, because in Philippi they had plenty of marble. Philippi, of course, is a marble city. Even the sewers, as I was saying yesterday, are made of marble in Philippi. And at regular intervals along the ancient Ignatian way, there were Roman guards, Roman posts, we could say, with Roman soldiers and guards who stopped the travelers and examined their papers, their traveling documents, and also, which means that the road, of course, was a guarded road, a protected road, so it was as safe as a land road could be in antiquity. And of course, at regular intervals, every 30 to 45 miles, which was considered a day's journey in those years, you would find what they called the staciones, the stations, where you would have hostels or inns, little hotels. You would have stables to rest your animals or take fresh horses and continue your journey faster. You would find food and drink and a bed to sleep in if you needed to rest. So every 30 to 45 miles there were stations for people to rest. And it's interesting that these Roman period stations later on developed into villages and towns. When we travel in modern province of Macedonia in Greece nowadays, every 30 to 45 miles, we find a town or a village. So the old stations of the Ignatia turned into villages and towns.
So just to get an idea, would be fair to say that Paul traveled from Philippi to Thessalonica approximately 4 days by foot, if we take 45 miles a day.
그래서 너무 많이 안 걷는 좀 가만히 있어.
Yeah, everything is possible, yeah.
And we'll continue with this later, my friends. We have just gotten off the New Ignatia motorway, as you can see, which is what you would call, I think in the US, a limited access motorway, or we call these roads in Europe the closed motorways, meaning that there are only specific points where you can get off this road or get on it. So between Thessalonica and Philippi, this is the only area where there are rest places, rest areas, where we can get snacks and drinks and use restrooms. So this is where we are stopping, my friends, now to take the opportunity and stretch legs a little and freshen up, and of course use restrooms. I don't mean to sound like a bad person, but since we are arriving before our brothers and sisters on bus 1, let's all, I would advise you, head towards the restrooms first, because later the line will be longer. So as you go in, look to the left for the famous sign WC, water bottle, okay? And on your right, you'll see the coffee bar and all the temptations. It's now 5 to 10, my friends, 30 minutes stop.
Close to 1 week. But then you can imagine when he left Berea going to Athens, he probably traveled several weeks to go there on foot, full of danger,
We
etc.
can't hear you. Microphone?
I thought you were blessed because you cannot hear me.
We say F. Haristo. Bravo, well done. So yes, F. Haristo. Perfect. Well done, my friends. This is the verb that gives us the noun, the Eucharist, the act of thanksgiving. The only difference in the pronunciation, the Greek and English pronunciation, is that the combination of the epsilon and the upsilon is an F or Ev sound in Greek because it's a diphthong. Whereas in the English, when you speak the Koine Greek according to the Erasmian pronunciation, you pronounce them separately, these two letters, rather than together as a diphthong, and you say U. The E and the U in English is a U sound. That's why you say Europe, and so on. So you say Eucharist rather than Eucharistia, which is what we say, the act of thanksgiving. So Eucharisto, the stress is supposed to go to the last syllable if it's possible. I know it's not easy for Anglo-Saxons, but for other people from other with other backgrounds and from other countries, maybe it's a bit more easy than for Anglo-Saxons to put the emphasis on the last syllable like the Greeks do. So Eucharisto. Eucharisto. The strong syllable is the last one, Eucharisto. And if we break it up, it's easier to remember. Think of the letter F, the name Harry, and like a last name Stowe, S-T-O-W-E, F. Harry Stowe. Eucharisto. That's the difficult but so important word of thank you, my friends, in Greek, and many of you, I discovered, are familiar with the Greek word for you're welcome and also please, and that is the word parakalo. Parakalo. It's P-A-R-A-K-A-L-O. Parakalo. Again, the stress goes to the last syllable. Parakalo. That is you're welcome, and it's also please. So when someone tells you Eucharisto, you reply Parakalo, well done. But also if you want to say, can I have a bottle of water, please, you will say parakalo. Can I have some water, parakalo? So it's please and you're welcome, my friends. Well, I think I'll stop here. I think then the 3-4 words we have discussed are enough for now. I don't want to confuse you with more of the Greek words. You were probably learning some Turkish words in Turkey the last several days, and now here I am teaching you Greek. I don't want to torture you, but if I think you use these few words that we have talked about, they will be easy to use. And believe me, my friends, all the Greek people know we are fully aware of how difficult our language is to people who are not from our own culture. So we appreciate it very much when people who visit Greece try to speak some Greek and, become our friends and reach out to us. So you will see all the Greek people smiling, a big smile if you tell them Kalimera or Yasu or Efcharisto and all these. If you try to use all these words we're learning, you'll see their reaction and you'll understand that they're very happy to hear you try or speak Greek. So before we continue with the information about this area, as we're driving now to see the beautiful port town of Kavala, let me make an announcement that I'm sorry I should make earlier this morning. On behalf of our travel agent, your travel agent Sandy, who had to leave in a hurry early this morning. Some of you may know, or all of you may know already, that she was scheduled to say goodbye, to join us for Philippi today, and tell you goodbye this evening in Thessaloniki. She was going to fly to Tel Aviv tomorrow early morning, but tomorrow, Thursday, the 16th, is a general strike day in Greece. And I can tell you why they are everybody is going on strike tomorrow if you're interested, but the fact remains that Sandy's flight tomorrow morning was cancelled because of the strike. So she had to find a way to get to Tel Aviv, and the local office in Athens, the Greek office, booked a flight for her early this morning. She texted me to say, I'm so sorry I will not be with you at Philippi. She was really looking forward to this. I'm so sorry I won't be able to tell a proper goodbye to our people, and please do it on my behalf. So I just wanted you to know why she's not with us today, my friends, and tell you goodbye on her behalf in Greek and English. Kavala, Kavala, is the present day name of this port town. But as you all know, in the book of Acts of the Apostles, the name is Neapolis, Neapolis, which is of course a Greek word that means the new city. The new city, Neapolis, was a colony of Athenian settlers. The Athenians, Athens was a great colonial power in antiquity, my friends. The Athenians were famous. The Athenians were famous for their fleet, for their navy, and they were great explorers and adventurers, unlike the Spartans. And they had built hundreds of colonies all around the Mediterranean. The Greeks in general had built thousands of colonies around the Mediterranean, and kindly keep in mind that we will have opportunities tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to take time on the bus and share some of the Greek history of ancient times and the Middle Ages, and also modern Greek history, recent Greek history, if you would, of course, would like to hear it, if you are interested. So, briefly now, let's just mention that Athens had built a number of colonies on the coast of Macedonia, of northern Greece, in antiquity, and one of them was the city of Neapolis. The Athenian settlers had built a colony on an island right in the bay of Kavala called Thassos, and from that island of Thassos in the northern Aegean Sea, the settlers moved to the mainland and built the city of Neapolis. That happened in the 7th century before Christ, the period of Greek history that is called Archaic. And Neapolis was, of course, the port where the Apostle Paul first landed in Europe, coming from Troas, as we heard yesterday and as you all know, and they sailed around Samothrace and landed at Neapolis. So the name of the city, the port city, when Paul arrived was Neapolis, but soon after his departure, the name changed because the people of Neapolis were very proud of the fact that their place had welcomed Christianity first, and they changed the name of the town from Neapolis, the new city, to Christoupolis, the city of Christ. So in the Byzantine archives and documents, the name of the city is Christoupolis, not Neapolis. And later, of course, the Ottomans attacked and took this area, including the area of Neapolis or Christoupolis. So the name changed again under Ottoman rule, and that's when the new name was adopted, the name Kavala. Now, the name Kavala probably originates from Latin, according to the experts on languages. And they, most of them believe that it's the Latin, the Italian word cavalleria or cavallo that are responsible for the name Kavala. And the reason is that in the Ottoman years, that town was an important stop in the Ottoman postal service. And the postmen of the Sultan used to change horses in the town. So because of that, from the Italian Latin word cavalleria or cavallo, they called the town where they changed horses Kavala. And that's the name that is still in use. Now, on the way to Kavala, we're passing some smaller resort towns, like the one that we'll show for a second or two on your right-hand side now. Take a look at this lovely bay with a town on one side. All of this area, my friends, the entire coast of East Macedonia is lined with small resort towns like this one. Some of them are one next to the other, and it's hard to tell where one ends and the next one begins. You see these beautiful views of the Aegean Sea on our right-hand side. And I think, my friends, since you have come from Turkey, that in many areas of Greece you will see similar landscapes, and the beauty of the coast of Greece is exactly the same as the beauty of the coast on the opposite coast of Turkey. It's the two sides of the same body of water, the Aegean. So it makes, as you can understand, perfect sense that we have similar landscapes and similar vegetation, similar crops, and beautiful sandy beaches in many areas, as well as, of course, rocky places as well. So this is not Kavala yet. These small settlements we're passing on the way to Kavala are resort towns that are half empty in the winter time and really packed in the summertime, my friends. Many of these homes are really full of, let's say, rooms to let or apartments to let. So these towns are very popular, especially with travelers and tourists from our neighboring Balkan countries who come here to spend their summer holidays. They rent a room or an apartment for a month and a half, for 2 weeks, and they stay here and enjoy the crystal clear and very warm and beautiful waters of the northern Aegean Sea. So this is an area that is attractive to tens of thousands of travelers from mostly neighboring countries, but also from other European countries and other parts of the world. But our largest numbers of visitors in the summertime here are from Turkey, from Bulgaria, from Romania, from Croatia, from Slovenia, from all our neighboring Balkan countries. These people, as you can imagine, because of how close these countries are to Greece, do not have to fly. They just drive their cars and cross the borders and come to these areas to spend their summer holidays. When we drive on the Ignatia motorway, as we're doing now, we are less than an hour away, my friends, in this area from Bulgaria. We're only 2.5 hours away from Turkey, and we are a couple of hours away from former Yugoslavia, from North Macedonia. So it's easy to drive to these countries or drive from those countries to Greece. So talking about neighboring countries, to the east we have borders with Turkey, my friends. To the northeast we have the borders with Bulgaria. To the northwest it's North Macedonia, which used to be part of Yugoslavia. And to the west our neighbor is Albania. These are the 4 countries that Greece has land borders with, and our land borders are not very long, only 721 miles. I'm emphasizing this because our sea borders are a different story, as you can imagine, because Greece is a country with up to 6,000 islands, my friends.
Wow.
Depending on the definition of the word island, according to the experts, Greece has between 400, if we count only the larger ones, and 6,000 islands. Can you imagine? So as you can see, our coastline is very long because of the islands. So even though it's a small country, Greece is not larger than your state of Alabama or Florida in the US. It's a rather small country, but it's the country with the 11th longest coastline in the world. About 9,500 miles of coastline we have. So that is a different, completely different from our land borders, which are less than 1,000 miles. And of course we'll go back to the general information about Greece on another occasion. We're now getting pretty close to the point where we will get off the Ignatia motorway and go closer to the port town of Kavala. And if we continued to drive on this Ignatia motorway, after 2.5 hours we would arrive at the Greek-Turkish borders, which is something that some groups of travelers sometimes do. They spend time in Greece first and then drive to Turkey, or they spend time in Turkey like you did first and then they drive rather than fly to come to Greece, which of course takes much more time. It's an extra day almost, or at least an extra half day. So what you did was of course the most easy and convenient, thank you, that is a perfect word, thing. So my friends, Kavala is now beginning to show on our right, and in just a few minutes we're going to pull on the side of the road at a place above the town, and there's a natural, again, balcony there, a kind of terrace, which allows a beautiful panoramic view of the town. And that's what we'll do. We'll stop there and take a look and take pictures. I'll point out some things like we did in Thessaloniki yesterday when we stopped at the Acropolis balcony, and then we'll come back to the bus and drive to Philippi, which is 9 miles north of Kavala. So this is the first place where we will use our headsets, my friends. I will ask you please to locate them in your bag or pocket and put them on. And as soon as we get off our coach, my friends, in a few minutes, please turn on the headsets so I will be able to share with you during this brief stop above the town of Kavala. Right here at the turn, on the right hand side, we see a small Greek Orthodox monastery that is dedicated to Silas. Silas, we say in Greek, yes. Silvanus was his original name. After his baptism, he received the name Silas. So this monastery here at the entrance of Kavala is dedicated to him. And right in front of this monastery's area, we're going to stop for a look at the view. It's a bit more hazy today, my friends. The stronger winds that were blowing yesterday are today less strong, so the atmosphere is not as clear as it was yesterday, but we can see everything we want to see when we look at the town. And I'll have a chance to show you the island of Passos as well, where the settlers who built Neapoli came from. And just between you and me, my friends, now that we will pull on the side of the street for this quick brief stop, we are kind of bending the rules here. So that is the reason why this will be a rather brief stop. We don't want to get our driver Andreas into trouble. So all you need, my friends, is your headsets and your cell phones or cameras. You can leave everything else on the bus. Now, before I walk you to the roof of the abandoned building you see over there to the left, which is the best spot for the pictures, I just want you to look down from the rail here and see this pale right on the inside underneath our feet. This is a part, according to the experts, of the original Ignatian way.
Okay.
This is a first taste of the Ignatian way. Just down here on your right hand side, as you follow me to the roof, as I said, of the abandoned building that is located here at the entrance of the town. And that's the best possible place for the view of Kavala. And of course, most importantly, it's the port of Kavala we want to see from here, which is the very port entered Europe and Christianity entered Europe. Yes, my dear.
Which side is Passos?
Oh, Tassos is over there. Yeah, that's
We
Tassos.
can't really see anything. This is so easy. My husband actually did vacation there.
Oh, no way.
6 years ago.
Really? Isn't it beautiful? Yes, it's one of my favorite places. I'm so glad you liked it.
When you said
Did
it,
you
I
go
was like,
to
I need to see
Aliki? Did you go to the small
We
beach of
actually did.
Aliki to swim?
We actually did a tour on the entire.
Is
Like
Aliki
a-
the one that you walk down a little hillside?
You do walk down a little, yeah, and it's
That's
teeny
probably-
tiny.
yeah.
It's crystal waters.
And
It's,
very crowded in the summer.
yes, it is. Ridiculously crowded.
Yeah, the water was
Okay.
very clear though.
It was just one of my favorite beaches. That's why I thought maybe you could be there.
We
so
actually
glad
rented
you've
a car
been
for a
here.
day so that we could just like
Great.
tour the
Drive
entire
around.
campus. Yeah.
Perfect. What's the step down, my friends, when you arrive at the roof of the building? There's a small step down. Please be careful. And as soon as all of you arrive, I will point out to you some things that are worth noticing in the town of Kavala. if anyone is wondering what kind of building this used to be, this was a very, very nice and fashionable restaurant back in the late 80s, early 90s, a lifetime ago, when I was in the university studying my history and archaeology, and I had many friends from Kavala, so we would come here for weekend excursions and go to the island of Thasos, which is the piece of land you see in the water on your right hand side as you approach this area. We don't see it very clearly, but you can tell there's a piece of land there. That is the island of Thasos, T-H-A-S-O-S. And that island, my friends, is full of marble. Wow. Beautiful, excellent quality white marble. All the marble that was used to build the city of Philippi was carried from that island, from the quarries of that island. So that is a very attractive, very green and beautiful island, which is a major destination for tourists and visitors in the summertime. And in front of the island, if you look carefully, you'll see a small dark dot in the waters right in front of the island. Slightly to our right as we look at the island, there's a couple of small dots in the water. Those are oil rigs. This is the area where the only area so far in Greece where oil has been discovered, and there's 2 oil platforms there, oil rigs, and this oil covers about 10% of our country's needs in oil, and we have to import all the rest. So, the most important things now. Take a look at Kavala, my friends. Modern Kavala, ancient Neapoli. The 2 main monuments in the town are the Byzantine fortress and the Roman period aqueduct of the town. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have already spotted the fortress. As you look at the port, the modern day port of Kavala, you see on its left side the peninsula that is jutting into the water. At the top of that rocky peninsula, you can see the outline of the Byzantine fortress, the small castle on top of that rocky peninsula. That's a castle of the 10th century, a little more than 1,000 years old. And if you have spotted the castle, move your eyes, my friends, to the left a little, and in the middle of the city you'll see a double row of arches, blending in very well because the color is almost the same as the buildings, and that's the Roman period aqueduct of the city, which connects the 2 hills of Kavala, the one on the right which has the castle, and the one on the left which is only modern buildings. So in ancient times, and of course Roman years, the water was coming from the hills on the left side and taken to the castle on the other hill. Yes, please. Yes, it's on the right side. That's piece of land. The island of Thasos, for those of you who have not spotted it yet, my friends, is that large piece of land to the right. Half hidden. Yes, those mountains you see, all of that is Thasos. It looks like it could be a part of the mainland, but it's separate. It's a large island. It's a pretty good sized island. Thasos. So going back to the city of Kavala, my friends, the Roman period aqueduct and the Byzantine fortress were renovated in the Ottoman years, so they are in very good shape. And of course for us who follow the steps of the Apostle Paul, all of us, the most important thing to see here is the port, because according to the geologists and the archaeologists, the coastline in this area has not changed at all. So when you look at the modern port, it's right there where the ancient port used to be in the time of Paul. Well, all of that small area, which is included and protected by that breakwater, included in that cove, that's the port. That hasn't changed. The coastline has not changed. So when you look at the modern port of Kavala, my friends, you can imagine Paul's ship coming from the Aegean from the east and sailing into that port, the modern breakwater.
breakwater, the modern
들어와서 배 타고
is
여기로 온 거야.
in the same place where the
네아폴리.
ancient breakwater
옛날에
used to be,
이제
according to the
한국의
archaeologists.
네아폴리로
They have
들어와서
used
배 타고
divers
여기로 온 거야.
to
유럽의 첫
dive and
선교지였어.
check the seabed, and they have found remains of the ancient breakwater, which was in the
아니 근데
same
저게
position.
다소섬이면 바울이 저기서 태어났어? 다소? 아니지. 터키에 있는 다소지?
그러면 당연히 길게 사서.
My friends, let me answer a couple of questions that were asked, then I will come to you. Maybe all of you would like to hear the questions. Number one, cruise ships do come to this port and dock here. It's deep enough for cruise ships to dock right inside the port. They don't need tenders, they don't need that. And that happens often in the summertime, not this time of the year, but also, and to answer the other question, we'll talk later in Philippi about the famous Roman battle of Philippi between the two defenders of the Roman Republic, Cassius and Brutus, who were the ones who assassinated Julius Caesar, and Mark Antony and Octavian, who were the ones who fought against Cassius and Brutus to take revenge for the murder of Caesar. The battle took place outside the walls of Philippi, also 유대에 대한 욕심 때문에 기도 활동가 있는가 하여 강가로 나가서 리디아를 만났고
그러니까 여기는 이 필리핀이라고 하는 데는 로맨 카나니아 시리기 때문에 그러니까 퇴역한 그 장군들, 퇴역한 군인들로 퇴역한 군인들로 시작한 그 도시이기 때문에 완전히 로만화돼요. 그러니까는 유대인으로 해도 그러니까는 바울은 솔직히 여기 오는 게 불편했던 거야. 그래도 어떨 때 그래가지고 여기서 이제 데살로니가는 저게 있어. 유대인 회당이 있어. 근데 여기는 없어.
아 근데 여기 오는 게 불편한 것도 있지만 또 한 가지는 거기서 지금 너무너무 잘 되니까 아시아에서 선교사업이 잘 되니까 괜히 거기서 떠날 이유를 못 느끼는 거 아니에요?
그리고 제가 생각하기에는 이 바울이 그 당시에 이 마세도니아까지 온 것이 엄청나게 큰 사람을 들여놓고 내가 생각하기에는 이 에이시아 마이너에서 그런 사람을 갖다가 수적으로 맞추려고 생각을 했었던 것 같아.
여기까지는 안 하고.
그러다가 이제 여기까지 왔다가 이제 데살로니가를 통해서 베레아로 갔다가 이제 아테네 가면서 그때 아테네에서 드디어 이제 무슨 생각이 드냐면 이 로마에 가야 되겠다는 거예요. 로마 서신을 읽어보면 바울의 서신을 읽어보면 그 전까지는 자기가 로마에 가겠다고 하는 생각이
전혀 없었죠.
근데 고린도에서 로마서를 읽었잖아. 그렇지. 그러니까 뭐 10개가 왔어. 그런 거는. 그러니까 하나님이 기도하시는 거는
in Daniel's prophecy, Daniel 8. So I mentioned the four kingdoms, and the fourth name I mentioned was Eumenes, who had the kingdom in Asia Minor. Of course, it was pointed out to me, and thank you for that, that you may not be familiar with that name, but with the name of this man's successor, Lysimachus. So he was the fourth one. Cassander, Ptolemy, Seleucus, and Lysimachus. Lysimachos, we say in Greek. Those were the four horns that grew up in the place of the one horn that represented Alexander. So I just wanted to make sure that you all know who Eumenes and Lysimachus were, and I will now let you rest and enjoy the ride, and I'll be back before we arrive to the hotel, my friends, to tell you the plan for tomorrow. Tonight is our second night in Thessaloniki, which means tomorrow morning we're saying goodbye, we're leaving and checking out. So just before we arrive at the hotel, I'll give you all the details of our plan for tomorrow and the plan for the early morning, for the morning departure in the province of Thessaly. And that's where we'll see the beautiful Byzantine monasteries that are perched on top of gigantic rock pillars like little birds' nests. That's an amazing view, amazing sight. I'm sure it will take your breath away. But in order to visit one of these monasteries, as our plan is, according to our itinerary, we need to be, especially women, ladies, have to follow a certain dress code. In general, we say knees and shoulders must be covered. But in addition to that, for ladies, even the long, let's say your jeans or long pants or trousers are not enough. It has to be a skirt or a dress that we are wearing. So I'm just sharing this with you, so when you decide later today, before you go to bed, what to put on tomorrow, you must consider that. If you don't want to spend the whole day in a dress or a skirt, you don't have to do that. You can start the day with your jeans or slacks, in your jeans or slacks, and then change into a skirt or a dress when we'll break the day for lunch before we drive up to the Meteora cliffs to visit the monasteries.
That was a question. Can ladies keep pants and put skirt over it? Can you just...
Yes, of course. It is, of course, possible. It's not a problem at all if you want to put your skirt or even a dress on top of your slacks or jeans or pants. Or even if you just have a scarf or a pasmina that you can wrap around your waist on top of your pants so that it looks like a skirt, that works too. And most ladies actually end up doing something like that. And that's perfectly acceptable. You can go inside the monasteries that we'll visit, the monastery will visit, dressed like that. It's just a typical thing, my friends, but we have to show respect to the sisters and brothers, the Orthodox nuns and the Orthodox monks who live in these establishments, and we have to, of course, follow the dress code that they require. So I'm just letting you know. I'll remind you before we arrive at the hotel when I will share our more details about our day tomorrow. Evcharisto, my friend, seems pretty, let's say, relaxed. So I'm hoping that in 15 minutes, maybe even less than that, we will arrive at the hotel. I know that a number of you are in a kind of hurry to get there, so we're doing our best, my friends, to get you there as quickly as possible. So later today, starting at 7, the dining room will be open, and it stays open in case you're not hungry yet, or you want to take a shower first or do something different. Keep in mind, dinner is available until 9. So from 7 to 9, dinner will be available at the same place, the same hall at the hotel. And tomorrow morning, my friends, we're checking out and saying goodbye to Thessaloniki. So I will ask you please to settle any bills that you may have at the hotel, even tonight if possible, rather than tomorrow morning. Don't leave it for the last minute. Now in Europe, and of course Greece as well, the standard, let's say, procedure is to, even if they don't have the traditional keys, and we have these electronic cards, card keys, they still want us to check out by going to the front desk in the morning and giving our key, handing our key in, and they check us out. So it's a standard procedure. I will ask you please to do that tomorrow morning before we depart. So remember, please, to hand in your keys, and don't leave them in the room, as sometimes people do, because they do expect to get them back at the front desk. Breakfast, of course, as you know, starts at 7. Our departure will be once again at 8 o'clock, but of course tomorrow we have, since we're checking out, we'll have our bags, we'll have our things, so we'll have an earlier wake-up, general group wake-up call, my friends, in order for you to have time to get ready and close your suitcase and put it outside your doors, so that the porters can come around and collect them and bring them downstairs to the lobby, where you can identify them and see them before they take them to the bus, where our drivers will put them in the belly of our buses. So 6 o'clock, my friends, will be the wake-up call, the group wake-up. By 6:30, I will ask you please to put your bags outside your doors. That will give our the drop porters an hour to collect all of them. It's a large number of bags, so we need to give them that much time. And at 7:30, the bags will be in the lobby, lined up, waiting for you to point them out to the porters or identify them and check them. And then they will start moving them to the buses. So please remember, at 7:30, one person from each room, come to the lobby. If you're having breakfast, I'm sorry if you'll have to interrupt it just for 2 minutes. Come to the lobby. The porters will be there. Maria and myself will be there. Point out your suitcase to us or let us know, yes, I see it, it's here. And the porters will take it, load it on the cart, and take it outside to the buses. It's important to identify the bags before we go, because we will be at a different place, a different town, a different hotel tomorrow. We're spending one night tomorrow in the area of Kavala near the Meteora monasteries. And of course, the day after that, we drive further south to Athens, where you will have the next 3 nights. So that, I'm sure, will be more comfortable. You won't have to pack every morning or every other morning, but tomorrow, that is the procedure. So I'll say it again, my friends. 6 o'clock, wake up. 6:30, luggage to the southwest. And then after our time in Berea, we will have a journey of about 2.5 hours, which we will break with a rest stop. So the total time will be about 3 hours from Berea to the area of Meteora, where we'll visit the monasteries in the afternoon. But first we'll have our lunch there. It will be a later lunch, like today's lunch was, because of the visits to Berea to two different areas in Berea, and the distance we have to cover after that to get to the area of Meteora. And after our lunch break, we will drive up to the area where the monasteries are located on top of the Meteora rocks, and we'll have the opportunity to visit one of them. And that's where the dress code is important to remember. As we mentioned earlier, all of us ladies have to be in skirts or dresses, or at least have pasminas or scarves or something similar to tie around our waist. And our skirts and dresses or scarves and pasminas have to be knee high. They have to go down to the knee. And of course, shoulders and knees must be covered for ladies and gentlemen both. We have to be properly and modestly dressed in order to enter the monasteries and convents of Meteora. This is in general the rule whenever we visit monasteries or convents in our country. Also in that area we'll have a chance to take a look at the amazing views of the plain and of the monasteries, and we'll make a couple of stops for that purpose, for a look at the view and pictures. And after that we will drive, my friends, to the Amelia Hotel close to Meteora and spend our night there, have dinner of course there, and spend the night there. And the next day we have again a pretty long journey to go south, first to Delphi and then to Athens. So the next couple of days we have a few hundred miles, to put it generally, to cover. That's plenty of downtime on the bus, which I hope you'll will be an opportunity for you to just rest and relax and enjoy the scenery. But we'll also of course have plenty of opportunities to chat and teach and explain a number of things and talk about all kinds of topics and subjects. So this is in general the plan for tomorrow. And I also meant to tell you something I did not mention earlier, that if you do not happen to have a skirt or a dress with you, or a scarf or a pasmina, and there's no one who can give you something like that, they do have skirts that are easy to put on top of your jeans or slacks for sale at the entrance of these monasteries. It's only like €3 per skirt. So I'm just letting you know, in case you are worried that maybe you will not be able to go inside and visit the monastery that we want to visit tomorrow. The area where the old Jewish neighborhood, the old Jewish quarter of the city is located, where an old Jewish synagogue is still preserved. And of course, traditionally, people believe that that is in the place where the old synagogue from the time of Paul used to be located. And we'll also see the area where the local people have erected a beautiful monument to commemorate Paul's visit to Berea, which in Greek is pronounced Veria, V-E-R-I-A, and that's what you will see written on the road signs. We'll meet on the way there. So from here to Berea it's about an hour of driving in the morning. Upon arrival at Berea we'll go ahead with the visits. Before we leave the town, you'll have some free time like you had yesterday at the Acropolis area of Thessalonica to, if you want, get something to drink or a bottle of water or something and use a restroom in one of the local coffee shops there. There's a few of them close to the area where we'll be parked. And then after this brief break for restrooms and drinks, etc., we will drive on the new Ignatia motorway once again, which goes west. And this part of the Ignatia motorway that we'll see tomorrow is a more recent, a more modern and better road. I think you will see the difference. And tomorrow, my friends, will for the first time get to know the Greek mountains. We're going to go to a mountainous region tomorrow. Yesterday and today we were in flat areas close to the water. We didn't really drive up and down any mountains, but tomorrow we're going to do that. And people among you who love mountains, I'm sure will love the areas we'll see tomorrow, especially the mountains in West Macedonia, which are the natural border between Macedonia and the next province of Greece to the south, which is called Thessalia. That's where Meteora is located. So tomorrow we'll see the plains and the mountains, and I hope you'll enjoy both. In the town we'll have our lunch at a wonderful local place which has a fantastic view of the Meteora cliffs, and then we'll drive up to that area for our visit to the monastery. Train accident in Greece. Maybe you happened to read something about it on the internet. 57 people, mostly students, younger people, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 were killed. How would you were consumed in the fire that the wagon, the train where they were on burst into. It was a terrible tragedy, and it was a human mistake. It was a mistake of the man controlling the traffic on that train line, but it was also the bad condition of our railways in Greece. So everybody in Greece is furious, everybody in Greece is angry at the fact that the governments we of course ourselves have elected, I'm afraid, have done nothing in the recent past to fix the problems that we have known for years that our railway system has. So that's what the strike is about. It's a protest against the, let's say, incapability of the people who are in government have been there for the last 20 years or so, but the current government as well. So that's what it is about, my friends. And let's not get up yet. Andreas tells me, please stay put, my dears, because he's trying to fix